Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
welcome each and all. We welcome you back to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 30th, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skork and every other soul that is here. This is a roundtable meeting, and we're all equal and we all have a microphone. So feel free to share at any time. You can ask to pause the recording. We're going to go through our usual format. But there's many things, again, moving around the Keshe Foundation, and now it's coming time to show the technology. I think the governments will be announcing their collaboration. As Mr. Keshe said, we're not alone anymore. We're working with major governments. So hopefully we'll hear from one of those governments in the very near future. And I would say I sense it's shaping up rather well in the background. We're going to go through our usual format as we always do. I'd like to play the whole workshop, but that would not be possible. But we're going to take some selected clips out of here. And again, it's up to you to investigate and understand the rest of it for yourselves. But we're always here to share and try to explain our understanding of what Mr. Keshe is communicating. Although he said many of us will start to question the integrity of our knowledge or what we thought we knew. As Mr. Keshe indicated, one of the very first teachings in the private archives is that when we bring the knowledge seekers into the lab, what they thought they understood, they don't completely understand. And I think this is what's going to be happening in the very near future. We're going to question our own understanding of the knowledge. And as he's indicated in this workshop, and we will hear, we haven't reached really 1 grain of sand in all the sands in all the deserts on this planet. So you can see how vast and how much knowledge is yet to be shared. Although the soul is carrying the totality, as I understand it, or most of it, we still have to go through this process of the elevation of the soul, and of course the soul of physicality working in conjunction with the soul of the man. And what a beautiful team that is going to turn out to be, as we usually do. And I apologize, whatever happened in Zoom, there is a passcode now required for this room. I don't know if it's all rooms. It's something that happened with the Zoom update, so on and so forth. So share that number. I would imagine the passcode would stay the same, but there may be a number of people who are not in this group who normally would join, but now it's saying they require a passcode. Maybe it's for security. Again, maybe it's for other reasons. I'm not quite sure. Is there anyone who wants to share anything, or maybe something? I know you went into the addiction awareness meeting last Friday. Is there anyone here who went to that meeting who'd like to share any aspect of it? I was there. I participated in it. It was quiet for most of the session as we were really expanding the soul, and then we just had a quiet session. I saw Mr. Keshe in a way, I sensed in a way he was in the background sort of adjusting the system and seeing all the data. I guess there was a lot of data that was received, and of course it has to be gone through, but I think he was tweaking it individually and collectively. And of course, these meetings are helping to develop the bigger system that is going to reach across this planet and across the universe. But you're also, or we're also gaining gifts, I think, that are being sort of unconsciously or maybe consciously with the soul trained to start to use this knowledge, because even the soul has to go through some sort of training. But I didn't feel anything exceptional, although I did take a very long rest, at least 4 hours after that session. So whatever happened, I'm not completely sure. I know Mr. Keshe said we will come back in a week at the same time in the same place to see what you've sensed or what you've felt about this session. And again, it wasn't so much about the addictions that we often think of, sex, gambling, drugs, and the rest of it, but it was more about this addiction to killing and destroying things, which, again, it's a sort of a hard concept to think that by eating a carrot, you're actually taking or releasing another soul or what have you. But this is what Mr. Keshe is talking about with addictions, this addiction to kill. We have to get this out of the structure of the man, especially if you're going to go out into space and meet other creatures and think that you may want to taste them perhaps, but that's not going to happen. They don't want to taste you. They're peaceful. And we have to learn the same sort of understanding. And if you do absorb fields, I don't think you really need to eat, but we're in this process of learning and understanding it. And again, for many of us, eating is a very pleasurable thing. And of course, it gives us energy, but we haven't really fully understood what we're doing. And I think these meetings are helping that quite a bit. Each one experiences sort of something unique, but so far, everything is basically the same for me. But we'll see over time. Sometimes these things take a week or longer to start settling in. Anyone else want to say anything about the last, what we call the addiction awareness? And if I was to bring up the store, I don't think there's, whoops, this always seems to get into the, okay. And here it is, and this is the session we were in on Friday. And I don't think, no, there's nothing else in there. The next session will probably be near the end of May, so you can plan for that. Although there are some changes in the pay structure for these meetings, and if you're outside of Europe, you need to write to info@ Keshe.Foundation, is that correct? To receive new banking information and where to send your payments for the next session. Usually we start, again, all this is about finding peace within the soul of the man and the soul of physicality and so on. So this is what we call the World Peace Treaty. It's a very simple document. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website. It can be downloaded. It can be printed as a PDF. But this is between you and your soul. It's not so much to send back into the Keshe Foundation and they're collecting these. They're not. It's really an individual process. And all of these teachings are about the elevation of the soul of the man. And all of the systems that are being produced within the Keshe Foundation are also about this elevation of the soul of the man. And most people on this planet haven't even realized much about their soul. I haven't realized a lot, but much more than before the foundation. Again, trying to decipher through the various religions, through friends, through mediums and other people, what do they call them, shamans, and everyone trying to give a different explanation about what's going on. But through the Keshe Foundation, we've really starting to understand this soul, this energy source, this center, as really the main powerhouse and the main operator behind most of our actions. As he said in the last workshop, 50% of our time is spent with the soul moving the physicality because of its commitment to other souls into certain positions that you needed to be there, either to learn something or to balance some fields. Perhaps not with you, it could be with your ancestors and so on. But this is a beautiful understanding, and of course, no souls need to be saved. And one of the phrases we use from the holy books is the Creator said, I made the man in the image of myself. So you're just as equal to the Creator. And unless you think the Creator needs to be saved, then you don't need to be saved either. And many of these concepts of heaven and hell and all the other ones are sort of designed by certain religions and other things to cash out our pockets and our souls. So we're learning a new understanding, and we're sharing it with the others. I think once the technology starts to roll in, some of these things that seem so foreign to other people will start to become quite natural. And again, the knowledge seekers will play, I think, a supporting role in this very large play that's been written by Mitra, and in supporting and demonstrating some of this technology. But as I see it, Mr. Keshe is holding all the cards. And when it's time to release something, the card will be put down. And we may see a couple people on the moon by the end of this year. And going into the latter half of this year, I think we're going to be seeing many different technologies rolled out week after week after week. And he said we're leaving it up to the governments to announce their collaboration with the Keshe Foundation. So let me read the World Peace Treaty. It's a very simple document, unless someone else would like to read it. I know we've all signed it here, I do believe, but if you haven't, please download it and sign it. Again, it's between you and your soul, no one else. But you can also display this and encourage others or help them to understand that we can come into this peaceful position on this planet. It's called the World Peace Treaty. We, or I, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or a body or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, the date, your position, and on behalf of. Again, are you pledging your religion? Are you pledging your council, your territory, your nation, your town, or as an individual? And of course, have it witnessed. Simple, a name, a signature, and a date, position held. Now, this is very important at the bottom. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. Because I think this inspires people when they see others can do it and publicly display it, then they can do the same. But it's very important to sort of encourage them that peace is possible, even though it seems on this planet, everywhere we look around us, there's more and more chaos being developed, whether it's in the area of food or conflicts and so on. But this is all going to come to an end, I think, very, very rapidly. So feel free to share this with the others, sign it for yourself, display it if you can. And just as I said, it's a big encouragement for the others. And of course, it's the collective awareness by giving will create this position of change. And that's what we're doing when we're spreading the fields of our soul to bring about this change. And Mr. Keshe indicated in this workshop that the world leaders, because of our work in dining with the world leaders, even though we didn't meet them personally, we are equal to them, and we encourage them in a way to stop the killing and stop the imprisonment. So a lot of world leaders, I think, ears have become open in a way. We touch them through the energies or through their souls. And we'll start to see this more and more, especially in the BRICS nations. I think it'll come out through China and then flow through the other nations that are part of this whole grouping, or this what's going to turn into a very large economic bloc on this planet. So there's very, very exciting times coming in the Keshe Foundation. Again, technologies that we can't even believe are real, or that you'll only see in the science fiction movies. But again, this is the knowledge of the universe and its replication. is basically what the Keshe Foundation is teaching and showing. Gail, did you want to make a comment? I see your mic was open. Okay.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. My
It's
internet is
clear.
not
Loud and
good.
clear. Good.
I'm just checking. Mark, did you mention that we have Friday, the same, the addendum to the workshop on Friday? We have another Friday coming.
Correct. It'll be a follow-up meeting on the following Friday. I'm not sure what that'll be. 1, 2, 3, 4,
12.
5.
Yeah.
The 5th of May. Same time,
It'll be
same room number. And of course, there's no fee for that. We're going
Yeah.
to be discussing what people found and what they experienced or what they felt or any changes they've noticed.
Yes. So that's at 12 CEST.
Correct. On Friday, this coming Friday.
Okay.
For
Thanks,
anyone
Mark.
who was there, and I think there was over 100 people who participated in this session. And as I said, there's more going on in the background than we realize. Yes, Ed.
I was just going to wait for you to finish, Mark, but
Go right ahead.
I don't want to hijack the meeting, but I did want to put forth a couple of thoughts or a couple of things that Mr. Keshe shared recently in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and
Sure.
ask if those of us who are here, if they have insight or input into them, because I've been thinking about them and wish to understand them better.
Okay.
Is that appropriate to do at
Yeah,
this point?
It's all, as long as it's about the Keshe Foundation, I think if we stay within these borders, it's all appropriate because we're all learning. We're all experiencing all new understandings, new dimensions. And again, he said, we haven't even reached 1 grain. But go ahead.
So it wasn't this last workshop, but I think the one before. Mr. Keshe shared a couple of things about communicating with the soul that really I latched onto and paid attention to, and they've been with me ever since. One of them was that we can't communicate from the physicality to the soul directly. It's almost an impossibility, but that we communicate with our soul of physicality, and then our soul of physicality communicates with the soul. Another place he talked about, we say things or do things
Ed,
that we normally.
Ed,
Hello.
before you go further on what you just read out now, can you explain what you understand by that? Let's take it one at a time, if you don't mind.
Well, okay. They kind of all go together under the subject of communicating with our soul, which I think we all are wanting to figure this out or
Okay, continue
experience
then.
this. So the next one was just sometimes we say things that we might not, or do things out of the ordinary, and we don't know why, and we need to develop the sense of looking at things from all angles. Not just dismissing them, but paying attention and seeing what's behind them. And another time he said, go within, look behind your emotion, why we're experiencing this at this time. And so all of these things I'm thinking about and wanting to understand better, and wondered if any of you had insight into some of these things that he said, or others, as far as communicating with our soul. And I don't want it to turn into a free-for-all. And so keep it succinct if you can, if you really have some understanding here.
Well, I think the two souls are aware of each other and they have sort of an uncomfortable working relationship at this point, where the soul of physicality's time, the time is divided in a way that it belongs to the soul of physicality, the daytime, and the nighttime is for the soul of the man to operate. And they sort of have this understanding, not that you can't have daydreams and so on and so forth, but it seems to be divided in the physicality for the day, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man then takes over at night when we call it a dream, or the soul travels across the universe and interacts with others. So I think they're both aware of each other, but we have to come into this closer working relationship. I think Mr. Keshe referred to the soul of physicality as the lion and the soul of the man as the lamb. And we're trying to get the two to eat and sleep in the same nest. And of course, you'll need these soul of physicality as you travel across the universe if you're going to take or cross that dimension into physicality in another position.
So what about the third part, the communication between the physicality and the soul of physicality? He kind of said that we know this. He said, I think were his words. And I said, no, I'm not sure I do know this. What is your, our physicality communicates with our soul of physicality. In what way? I'm thinking emotion, but I'm not clear.
Well, emotion seems to be a big part of it. Go ahead, Ike.
What is the soul of physicality? Is it the heart, or is it physically located somewhere around the heart?
Each cell, 70 trillion, 35 trillion, have a soul. The collection of all those souls is called the soul of physicality. And it does gather its energy around the heart, as I understand it. This is where the energy is collected in a way, in that region.
So just like we have the soul of man, a definite location, so we don't we have the soul of physicality, definite location in the body?
That's what I said, around the heart area, as I understand it. That's where that energy, but each cell has a soul or a center or an energy. The collection of all of them become the soul of physicality. Anyone else would like to help Ed understand more? Or Ike, did you want to add more?
No, I think I still, I hear what you said. I thought about it, but it's not a definite location. You just said around the heart. So does it mean it's all, I know souls are like fields, or concentration of fields somewhere. So it's not a definite location. It just says around the heart.
Yeah, that's my understanding. But again, I understand very little about this knowledge, and I've always admitted that. I saw the vastness of it very early when I usually can figure things out. But with this knowledge, as Mr. Keshe said, it's endless. Yes, Gail. Okay, I thought maybe your mic was open.
Are you speaking to me, Mark?
Yes, yeah, I saw your
Okay.
mic open. I thought you wanted to add
Yeah, something happened. It just went blank. I don't know. I was just going to mention that infinity loop, isn't it? So that between the soul of man and the soul of physicality, or as Jacko just said, your spirit, which is the collection of all the souls in our body. It isn't that, and I'm trying to remember the position, because that's the conversion point for, and I thought it contained the emotion at the transition point between, in that infinity loop is where the communication takes place. And I'm trying to remember if it was the thalamus or I mean, he's spoken about the uvula, in the throat, all of that. Anyway, and also, do we know which section of that, Ed, which section of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop it's available for us? 482?
I'm thinking it's 482. I can look them up and post them. At one point, I had written them down. I was thinking about doing a small video on them, but they were so short. And they were just part of a larger, I didn't think it was appropriate to, and since it's more of a question, and for myself, a desire to understand it better, and I kind of just latched onto them. And for others, it may not be so, but it seemed, I just wanted to bring it up and see if anyone had insight into this or experience. You know, like, how do we communicate with our soul of physicality? I'm thinking it's thought and emotion, because that's more on the physicality level. And we look, like Mr. Keshe says, we look behind things. We look for, we don't presume. We don't try to interpret things, or we just look at the overall picture. And so I'm just grasping, I think, you know, maybe we all are, but
I think
I know,
everybody's grasping, Ed.
yeah,
I
I'm sure.
I think everybody is. Yeah.
At the same time, many of us here have a great depth of experience, and I just wanted to put it out there to see if anybody was triggered by this as well.
And again, a lot of this isn't, as Mr. Keshe said, there's not a lot of formulas you can write down to show these things. The souls, it's more of an individual thing as I see it. He indicated there was no formula to connect these two, but it's up to you to connect them. Obviously, the soul of the man is perfect, but it's the soul of physicality that has the misfunctions, let's say. And so this is what needs to be elevated, just the same way when we met with the prophets and so on. Their soul is already perfect, Mr. Keshe said. It's the soul of physicality that needed the elevation. So I would imagine it's the same with us as well. It's the soul of physicality that seems to be a leech in a way. Not a leech, but maybe the physicality is the leech on the soul of the man. So that part of our functioning needs to be elevated to where we think good, we speak good, and we do good.
Hi, it's Diane. My thinking gets me confused, but when we come into
And where did we see that about?
Gail, I think Diane is, maybe you didn't hear her. She just started speaking. Could
yeah,
just let her finish and then come in?
sorry.
No problem.
I gotta collect my thoughts again. No, the way I think see it is like we're one, and then we're divided into two: the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, and we're in between. When we come into the physical realm, where I get the words, the neutral or the nucleus, and we divide into the proton and the, no, I think I used the word, and the other one, it's divided into two.
The electron and the proton?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's it. That's and we're in between, because when we come into physical manifestation, we're divided into two. From that's, and I'm curious about what he means, like twin souls. Like, is the soul of man and the soul of physicality, is that what he's talking about, the twin souls? And we're in between, but when we come into this, we're divided into two. And the heart is the soul of physicality, and the brain is in, well, the soul of man is inside the brain. The king brain is on the outside, so that.
Ed, could you read what Jacko put in the chat and maybe just discuss that for a minute? My cat is at my window and it's raining outside, and you know cats and water don't get along so good. I'll be back in less than 1 minute. Can you see what Jacko has put in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I've been looking at it. I just wanted to make sure my mic was open. So Jacko has contributed a couple of, says it's about the accommodation of our soul and our soul of physicality, depending place and position, inertia, field, strength. And from Knowledge Seekers Workshop 479, man has not come to understand the dimension of emotion. There is no physicality, there is no dimension of existence as a life in the universe if you carry no emotion. And that emotion has to be transferred in the conduct and behavior and thoughts. This is the ethos of Mitra. Think good and speak good, do good, of what the Christians called the gifts of the three kings, because they never understood the kingdom of the Creator is the behavior, the ethos of this life, which Mitra brought us in the name of Zoroastrian. And so I appreciate this, Jacko. My immediate thought is, so this conduct and this emotion is how we line up our physicality with the soul of physicality? Or were you thinking is the key? Yes. And I understand that, because we need to, so when we line up our thoughts, speak good, think good, act good, this is how we line up our physical life with the soul of physicality, I guess. But
Yes, he says you open the door.
yes. And so as we do this, it perhaps lines us up to be in line for more insight. You know, Mr. Keshe says this understanding is, it's not facts and figures. It's more like understanding. It's insight. I wanted to say the word revelation, but that's not quite right. It's
Right.
enlightening.
And since we're all unique, what works for you may not work exactly the same for me. So this is where it comes down to individuals finding their own soul. I don't think I can find your soul so easily, or your soul of physicality, even though I know it's there. You're quite aware of it, though. So it's not something off in the distance. It's something we're working with on a regular basis. Yes? Anyone else?
Thank you all for your input.
I hope it helped a little, Ed.
Oh, yes. I wasn't looking for, well, I wasn't expecting a definitive answer that was going to solve everything for me. I just felt like putting it out there because I thought it was important.
Great. Okay.
So anyway, thank you all.
Anyone else want to add anything to this?
And I just wanted to know, in Jacko's message, I just got, Mark, are you able to hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. My internet is going off and on. I would want to know, what does Jacko mean by OS, the key?
I think he means us, US, the key.
Or is.
Oh, us
Is the
are
key.
the key. Okay. Sorry?
You're the key.
He just clarified it. It is the key. Is the key.
But as Ed said, or someone else said, it's up to you to open
Is the
door.
key. Okay.
Yeah. I can't open the door so much for you. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to transfer some knowledge to you, but ultimately it's up to you. No souls are forced to do anything. It's up to you to make that connection in a way. I have enough just connecting my own and working on that process.
And what about the comment? And I'm sorry that.
What's that?
Do you remember there was something written about the soul of physicality, or your spirit actually tries to hijack the emotions of the soul of man, or interaction?
Well, the soul is running, the soul of the man is running the whole operation, even though the soul of physicality, not being aware of the soul of the man, thinks it's in charge of everything and thinks it makes the decisions and so on and so forth. But it's really, I guess it's boiling down to trusting our own soul and sort of leaving the physicality behind in a way. Not that you're not operating in it, but realizing that the soul is the main conductor of the whole operation. And again, it's just manifested this physicality because it's passing through the inertia and the magnetic gravitational fields of this planet. But you're really the soul. You're not the physicality so much. These are just clothes put on by the soul for this experience in this position at this time, as I understand it. And you can create another physicality in another location, but it might look different than the one you have now. And this is the aspect of eternal life that's being shared with us. You either have to stay in the energy dimension or continue to transmute and enter a physicality for a time, and then that process carries on in the same manner. If that made any sense. But let's, we can hear Mr. Keshe and explain this. I'm going to start basically at the beginning of this workshop. Gail, are you okay? Are you still able to hear us? South Africa is a long way away from New York. All right, I see mic is open.
I was still trying to understand about the inertia.
Okay, well.
I was trying to understand about inertia. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, Gail.
Okay. I'm saying I was trying to understand the role of the inertia. I'm still not clear.
I'm not either, Gail. Would anyone else like to add?
You want
it?
my input, Gail?
Sure.
Yes.
The inertia is the communication point between the two plasmas. This is my understanding, so don't take it verbatim or as absolute truth. But the two plasmas have their own internal realities. Just as the skin has three layers, the outer layer communicates with the outside, the inner layer communicates with the inside, the middle layer communicates between the two and provides the interaction between the two. Inertia field is the result of the interaction between the two fields that are different. And I don't know how it's talked about as a separate energy. And I understand that, but where did it come from? For me, it comes from the interaction of the two plasmas. And as they interact, there's a change that happens between them. And this creates a different strength field. And this field is the communication point between the two. And it allows the understanding and the communication between the two different environments. When our soul interacts, either our soul or solar physicality, I'm unclear on exactly how this works, but when it interacts with the environment of the earth, there is a communication that takes place that allows the formation of the physicality into what we see. And it's entirely unique according to our soul and its interaction with the environment of the plasma of the earth, the plasmatic environment of the earth. And the field that forms between them, the inertia, allows the communication and the formation of what we see as the physicality. Is any of this making sense? And does anybody agree or disagree?
You don't need our agreement or disagreement, Ed.
Well, input. This is how I see things.
Well, the physicality brought in the soul, and the soul created the soul of physicality, as I understand it. There was a point where the sperm and egg came together, they divided, and then they stopped. And this is where the soul was invited in or came in, and it continued the process carried on. So the physicality invited the soul to come in, but also trapped the soul within the structure. within your physical structure. And the soul went on to create the rest of the physicality, which then created the soul of physicality.
And I think the way that it does this, the soul went on, you say the soul went on to create the rest of the physicality. That's where the inertial field is preeminent, because the soul and the environment of the earth need to have that connection, communication point, a field that is different from either, but yet connects to both and allows the communication between the two such that the formation of the physicality can happen. And in every environment, we need this communication between the two. You might call it understanding, you might call it just interaction. So anyway, that's about all I can put into words right now.
No problem. We still have, as we'll hear, there's a lot to understand. Jacko has written, inertia is the slowing down of rays, fields, to physicality manifestation according to the environment. That's why it is different on different planets. Physicality equals lowest energy, he says. Thank you, Jacko. But anyway, let's continue with Mr. Keshe here. And again, if we can get him on television, he said for 1 hour a day for a week, he'll change the nation, but maybe it's not going to go that way. Maybe the technology and the world leaders are so impressed with it that they're going to move away from the war. And as Mr. Keshe had indicated, they're going to become drunk on this technology. There's going to be so much released in a very short time. Jefferson says, hello, everyone, if I may. Watch very carefully all 26 health teachings. Amazing knowledge, as usual, from Mr. Keshe and Dr. Kostova. So there's a number of health teachings, and again, they're quite extraordinary. We thought we understood how the body, the skeletal frame, and the rest of it, the lymph and so on works, but I think Mr. Keshe is giving a much clearer understanding, and not in the dimension of the physicality so much, because we know internally we're operating in a plasma field in a vacuum condition, but not the vacuum as we think when you pump all the air out of a reactor or a bag, as he said. Conditions are being created to create that vacuum condition within the body. But it's not that mechanical vacuum, I think, that we often think of, which I had often thought it was. Okay, let's carry on. We can continue to open that up later. I'm sure Alex is listening in the background, and he may have a lot to add to this, Ed, so we can bring it up again. And again, everyone's understanding may be slightly different, but nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. And we're all equal. And the soul knows exactly what it's doing. It's created, it came to your creation, so it knows where to go and on the next position of creation. But with the correct behavior, Mr. Keshe said, of the soul of physicality, you can actually determine that next position. And again, we're just going to be taking these little forays into transmutating across this planet. He said, if you go in as a man, you come out as a man. You go in as a cat, you come out as a cat, a tree, and so forth. But when you transmute to a different field strength, then the physicality, if you choose to manifest in that dimension, will have a totally different look to it and feel to it. You may even feel that it's not yours, but we can test this on the moon. Once you go outside of this dome that's going to be created, or maybe you'll just go there and experience the other creatures that live there, under it, the moon, above the moon, on the surface of the moon, and so on. There may be a myriad of different creatures living there, but if you stay in the dome, you haven't really done much more than being on the planet. You're still in this shape of the man. And this is what we want to sort of move away from, if you're going to gain that aspect of immortality. So let's, I'm going to start from the beginning of this workshop and maybe go 10 minutes. And then we'll bring up a few other clips while Alex is preparing to come in.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes. Good morning, good day to you, as usual. Wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation Space Shipping Institute, we welcome you back with great pleasure, and maybe one of the greatest pleasures mankind has ever known. As we listen to the intro recorded some 3, 4, or 5 years ago, we see how the evolution in science has brought us to what we see today. What this intro explained or brought forward is now a reality with the technology and the systems which we have developed, where we work through the soul of the man, where we directly get ourselves involved in elevating the soul of the man to the point of passing the boundary, the physical structure of the man. Where many of you, hundreds of you, now we run into thousands, have been through the system, have traveled, have seen your loved ones, you have gone to places you never could imagine you go, and with a dimension that you understand and you control. So what was a myth for thousands of years, in past 5 years have become reality to many of you. And the good news is that in the next 5 years, we'll take a new direction, elevation, and dimension in all aspects of technology. In the coming weeks and months, Keshe technology and the development of the space technology will take a leaping jump. In the coming weeks, we will explain more and more as we consolidate, as we change, as we grow, and become one of the major corporations and major organizations in partnership with other structures. Keshe Foundation is just about to break through in the dimension of the space technology, in dimensions of the structure of the technology worldwide. And this has come through the hard work of many of you as knowledge seekers. It allows us to deliver the development of the soul of the man for more people to understand, for more people to benefit by the structure of the technology, which has come through the introduction, understanding of the collective field effects of any entity, be it the soul of the man, be it an atom, be it the electron, be it soul of a tree, be it soul of an animal. Now the knowledge has reached to the point that it's time to leap forward. The frog leap will be so huge in the coming months and years that many of you will say, I was there when you started. I'm one of the original knowledge seekers. I'm one of those who understood in 2000 or whatever it came across. Many of you heard about the Keshe Foundation since 2010, 2005. The teaching and explanation of the science to many scientists goes back to 1980s, early 80s discussions with NASA, all recorded in letters and correspondences that such a technology, such a evolution in science will come. We've seen Musk burning one of the biggest rockets last week, and are happy that they just could take off. In the next few weeks, the space technology of the America will become obsolete. But the technology which the Keshe Foundation in collaboration with major governments will make Americans' space technology to a halt. All we've seen as NASA, all we've seen as the space technology and all the wonders of burning rocket fuel will come to an end. The evolution of the science and technology is at the reach of the man. Not only at the reach, it has been developed to be delivered. In the coming weeks, as we unravel the new collaboration and cooperations with many governments, with many structures, you will understand What you as knowledge seekers been waiting for has been accomplished. We stay quiet. We just tell you what is to come. And it's the job of the governments to announce the collaborations. It's the job of their structure to deliver the technology to the population.
So we can see how patient Mr. Keshe is. We know he's been on this planet for thousands of years, but it was in the early 80s. He just indicated that NASA was informed of this technology. But of course, they blocked Mr. Keshe. They removed him from communicating with any of the employees on the bulletin board at NASA. But that was in the early 80s. So we're talking 40 years or more that this technology has basically been on the table and sort of pushed off to the side. So we're learning to be patient as well, because things don't always, Rome wasn't built in the day, as the old expression goes. But I think now is the time that it is going to be shown. And it is going to be delivered through the governments of this planet, the ones that will accept it. The ones that won't accept it are going to be relegated to the donkey. But it's still open to them if they'd like. Let's just continue this another minute or two. Any other thoughts?
We are ready and we have delivered. And in coming days, we are ready to take that lead of development and delivery of technology to millions of people. It comes out of the hard work. It comes in understanding the elevation and the evolution of the world leaders. When we ask you to raise the level of the soul of the world leaders at the reason, we have reached that point. Many of you took part. Many of you, with sincerity, raised that point. And today we have reached that point. In a coming time, in the next few weeks and months, you'll become aware of the change in technology and evolution in technology and collaboration with structures will bring that change forward.
Okay, so we're right on the precipice of this technology becoming into the public view, hopefully. And we hope the governments do not sort of keep it for themselves or their internal structure. I think Mr. Keshe will stop them if they do. They won't get any more of the technology, and then he'll focus. But I think it's pretty much settled that Xi Jinping, Mr. Keshe said in the past, is one of the most peaceful men he's ever met. We saw negotiations between the Saudis and Iran, and now with Syria and the Saudis, and there's many, many other things. We saw the call to Zelensky from Xi Jinping, and so many things are moving in the background that we're not aware of, but this is the thrust of it all, is the bringing peace on this planet. And through this technology, again, advanced space technology in exchange for peace, where people can be fed, people can have energy, and we'll all receive it equally. Any thoughts? I'm going to move this to another section, and we'll continue.
Where from the beginning we have the solution. Then you come to understand, when we go to the moon, do you still want to end up in the dome like a fish tank? Or would you like to be outside where the other souls of the creatures of God live? With the present knowledge, the name is irrelevant, because we can create the gravitational magnetic field of the Earth on any point, anywhere in the universe, even in the open spaces of the universe. Would you like to be in a fish tank? Or would you like to be part of the society of the universal community and be part of the community? Now you have a choice. Now you understand how the options of the travel into space has narrowed down to no option except travel by the dimension of the energy field of the body of the man. We call it the soul of the man. We have no choice. unless we want to fool ourselves. Yes, we've seen, we've been, but actually, yes, as prisoners in a fish tank. I wonder how many of you will travel to the moon and bring souvenirs made by Chinese, sold to you on the moon. I've been to the moon and bring it back to the earth and bring it back to China. Then you understand, to be the true members of the universal community, which we have set up the knowledge for it. We have set up the structure for it that every knowledge seeker can understand, is not exclusivity of governments, organizations, or whatever. Is a collective knowledge of the creation that we all possess and we all have to do. As I said, the knowledge has to be taught in public dimensions, in public teachings, in internet and everything else that will bring the whole culture of a nation of the man to one level. And we have to deliver, that we don't stay just the talkers. And the Keshe Foundation has reached a point to deliver. We deliver technologies to the governments. We show the power of the technology in the essence of solving the present problem of this planet, eradicating poverty, bringing food and the knowledge and energy as food available to every man and every corner of this planet. We have worked for years for this target, and today we are about to bring it to an end. We can feed all men equal. Where there is no more hunger, where there is no more lack of water, when there is no more lack of energy, when there is no more lack of what we call food that man can survive.
And this is one of the first things when Mr. Keshe single-handedly approached the world governments, probably back in the year 2000, in and around them there, where he said, I can show the people on this planet how to produce, to feed themselves, and how to produce energy very inexpensively. And he was rebuffed at that time. So you could see the connection with NASA for the new space technology was pushed to the side, and the offer to the world governments in and around the year 2000 was also rebuffed and pushed to the side. And they indicated, as I understand it, they did not want people to have this technology at that point in time.
We are on the verge of the opening the doors of the knowledge to all humanity. And thanks to many of you. This is not an easy task. It will take us years to accomplish. It takes us years to set up systems to change the course. And as one of the men of the table said, we write the books and let them read. We rewrite the book of the knowledge of the man in the dimension of plasma, technology, and knowledge, and let the others read. When in the next few weeks, many of you witness the collapse of the NASA technology, the rocket propulsion, and what I call the Chinese firework. Not by talk, but by delivering technologies which shows everything is obsolete. Obsolete, but progressive development of the knowledge, not obsolete just because it becomes. Donkeys and chariots were the best things in the time of Romans. And today we keep them in museums. And now the rocket technology and the space technology, which we've been brought in by the German-based knowledge of the rocket and the Chinese firework, has come to be part of that chariot. It's set to be, and it'll be part of the Museum of Development of the Knowledge of the Man. In the next few weeks, on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, Keshe Foundation will release new dimensions in development of the technology and collaborations. And we have the time and the place and the knowledge to attract enough to bring the changes. We worked for years to bring that support, that stability in the technology and the knowledge, and we are just about to break through. To show what was even 5 years ago, as we saw in the beginning, now a reality that will become part of the work of the Keshe Foundation. As I said last week, the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center in Linz in the next couple of weeks will shut down. Keshe Foundation in totality will move out of Austria for development of the technology with partnership and collaboration with major governments and corporations, where the knowledge of the Keshe technology becomes part of daily life of every man and plant and animal who lives on this planet and beyond. Thanks to the work of many knowledge seekers, it's taken a long time. We had to prove step by step, and we have reached a point that now we should be able to deliver technologies which is developed by you and knowledge of the Keshe Foundation as knowledge seekers.
So thank you for standing with the Keshe Foundation, even though you only understood a very small part of this knowledge. Mr. Keshe thanks all of the knowledge seekers for helping to bring this. But again, traveling with the soul, it's we all do it every night. We call it a dream, but it's actually the soul traveling and interacting with other energies across the universe. Now we're going to be doing it consciously to the point where it's a dimension that you'll understand and you'll control it as well. So this is the gift to humanity, this waking up in a way, and sort of moving away from the physicality, because we are so physical. Everything was in the physical dimension. We haven't really understood this dimension of energy, even though we're all using it. We're all experiencing it on a daily basis. Now we're moving it up to a dimension that we can understand and control. Any thoughts? I'm going to move to the next section here. And we're going to go to 44. Let's start it right here.
Of each other, how to interact with the soul of the other creatures of this planet, how we respect each other's soul, then we are ready to enter in the world of the Creator in other dimensions to be able to interact with the other souls of the universe. Many of you will come in the next few weeks and months to question your own integrity of the knowledge. Many of you in the coming months and years will question yourself. What have I understood? What have I missed? And what I need to understand to become part of? If you want us to ship you into a fish tank, you're quite welcome. But if you want to become true passengers of the universe, you have to learn to let go of the dimension of physicality of the man and live and exist in the dimension of energy of his soul. Then we have two tourists, physical tourists and the soul tourists. And what happens if the husband wants to go with the soul and the wife wants to go with the physicality? What are the future mayhems we shall see? And what will be the structure of our governments to allow which and which? We will see a total change in approach of the what we call the funny passports and no entry visas and the rest of it. I don't need you to issue me a visa to enter your airport, as I'm already sitting in your pocket as an apple because I decided to be an apple in your pocket. Do we need now to issue passports and visas for every apple and orange and every bird? Now you understand what this technology has brought. And I said many times in a very clear way, do the birds which migrate have a passport on their tails passing every border, starting from Siberia to African destinations? Do they present their passports when they land in South Africa, coming all the way from Europe? Sorry, have you got vaccination? Otherwise, you cannot land. Go back. Now, man is in that position. With the development of the new technologies, with understanding of your effect and the power of your soul, I wonder how many of you have a soul passport? And how would you show it? The upcoming changes in the world of technology and transmutation and transportation will create another headache, but a freedom for governments. What I call international, national taxation for providing services, well, that's on the card, is a reality of the next few years, where collectively all the areas, whatever you country you call yourself, become responsible for collective care of everyone. Because with a new enhancement, what we call health unit, we don't need to move to a hospital to get a better service in Germany than we can get in Africa, because now we get the same service in Africa as we get in Germany, because doctors of the Keshe Foundation are there to provide you irrelevant of your nationality, time, and position. As I said in our talks with the people of the government very recently, your nation is awake 8 to 12 hours a day. The systems are workable 24 hours a day. The same system in your country, now after passing of the time of the day here, are usable by the rest of the people in other continents which their day stops. Then we see international collaboration and setting up of the systems for healthcare and food become part of one nation. I built the structure of this technology as one nation, one race. In the near future, governments which use the food and the green and energy as the means of control will live in the doldrums of their own dreams.
So it does sound like it's going to be delivered simultaneously across this planet. It doesn't sound like it's going to start only for China or only for Iran or only for one other nation, but it's going to be delivered simultaneously, it appears, to everyone. They won't have starving people in the United States and everyone in China is eating well. I think this is the way he's setting it up, again, plasmatically through fields that everyone can receive the same. And apparently there's enough strength or governments on board that it's going to be delivered. I really wanted to go to about 38 here. And this is where, again, he talks about the deserts and the sand and our knowledge. As we heard in the beginning, we don't know as much as we probably think we know, or maybe we know more than we think we understand. I'm not sure if this is the right part, but we'll start with it.
It's going to be what he says and what he does. Now is the time. Now it's time to deliver those technologies step by step. As one said, we see it, we understand it, we know what to do with it. Will become one of the basic structures of many of new organizations and the works which has been done and will be developed. As I always said, If you look at the sands in the desert, the knowledge up to now, what we learn is one of those sands in that desert. We should not be proud that we are the sand. We are a sand which has enough knowledge of the physical world of the man. The rest of the sands in that desert is the rest of the knowledge of the creation and the creator. In your cycle of sand, how many of the other sands you can be in touch with that you understand that there are so many in the desert? We have opened that sand, that grain of sand in the desert of the knowledge of the man, that the man becomes aware of the desert he's in, the desert of his own ignorance, but the vastness of the knowledge and the others which are near us. We need to learn, we need to understand, and we need to understand the principle of the creation, that we understand how every grain lives and works on its own, and how we can move into an understanding and move out to bring them to see how we live. There is no difference. If you look at the number of the sands in the desert, the number of the stars in the sky, maybe there are more stars in the universe than there are sand grains in the desert. Then we understand, even as a grain, now we have the capability to understand the totality of some, and in time, maybe a little more than some. And this should not make us proud and ignorant to the fact that we know nothing still at all. In a coming time, when you become, and your children become, and your grandchildren become the travelers of the space, the true way, teach them one thing. Always be humble that you can receive, and not arrogant that you cannot give. By receiving, you gather strength. By receiving, you gather knowledge. By receiving, you become somewhere down the line, maybe just about equal in the knowledge of the creation, if you can meet with every grain of sand in that desert. For man to gain the total knowledge of the universe, man has to travel to every single universe, and every single star, and every single planet, and every single life on each of the positions in the universe of the Creator. Because each one is unique. Each one has its own principle of the creation, it has own condition, and it has its own dimension in the world of the creation. And without one grain of sand, you cannot have a desert. But with a collection of sand, you make that desert. In the desert sand, we don't see any difference between the sand. Unless we pick it up and observe it closely, as they say, to find a matching stone, matching green in the desert is like trying to find a matching snowflake. So every grain is different, even though they look the same from outside. And for man to learn the knowledge of the Creator, you have to learn about everything about how that grain was created and what lives within it, and how that the structure of life has given it the manifestation of the world.
So we have a few places to visit, perhaps, before we really understand the totality and the uniqueness of the creation and all these different points. I didn't even think there were two snowflakes that were the same, but perhaps there are. I thought they were all unique, but we're going to have to travel, and maybe this is part of learning to become the creator. Even though we are the creator already, I think there's a learning process that's part of all this. And as he indicated in other workshops, be humble. And this is the way that you can receive. This is the way the plasma technology works right across the universe. So we've heard some very beautiful words. Mr. Keshe has thanked the knowledge seekers for standing by and helping to deliver the technology. Now we'll go to one of the questions. And again, this is not a trick question, but as the questioner said, there's a lot of sweet words, but how are you going to deliver?
Okay, we have a question from Chris. Tough question. He says, thanks for what you're doing, Mr. Keshe. How does the change will come? The establishment doesn't want this change. With sweet words?
Leave that to us. We've been well seasoned with these things. Leave it to us. We will find a way. You see, the establishment, if you look at it, we never realized that the establishment was established within the Keshe Foundation to make sure nothing happens in Keshe Foundation. And we got rid of that establishment. And now the changes and developments in the Keshe Foundation comes that we got one of the well-rooted establishments out of the Keshe Foundation, and we are growing. Before the establishment had the biggest spicy thing right in the center of the Keshe Foundation, every development was scaffolded directly from inside. Now it's gone. And we've seen the progress and development. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the case and the situation, and you've seen how Keshe Foundation has grown leaps and height in the past 3 years, especially. You cannot grow when people inside work against because of the knowledge and the information they have in there. We got some 2 or 3 people in the Keshe Foundation, which a lot of you know. And with that, we have changed the direction of Keshe Foundation. You don't see them around, they're long gone, and they use the Keshe Foundation and work for other organizations to damage the Keshe Foundation for their own benefit. And so long gone, and we are moving on. Establishments work against themselves, and sometimes things work different way than what they planned. Any other question?
So this big roadblock that was within the Keshe Foundation has been removed. And as we see, the foundation is moving forward in all directions, the energy direction, the wellness, the feeding, and so on. So a huge impediment was removed. And now the foundation, as he said, the establishment tried to set up within the foundation, but that has been dealt with, even though they're still using some of the knowledge to discredit, or other websites to discredit the Keshe Foundation. But we all know the situation and basically what has happened, but we've moved on from there pretty much, I would say. So this is what's going to help to open up this technology, that it wasn't scuffled or blocked at every time, from the flying car to, I'm sure there are many other things Mr. Keshe will share with us in the future. But this blocking, it may not be completely over, but for the most part, it's been removed from the internal structure of the Keshe Foundation. Any thoughts from anyone before we go to the Dome of Peace? I know it's amazing that you could be sitting here, but as Mr. Keshe said, your souls have brought you here. And it's not so much the physicality that we think has brought us into this position. So we're humble, and we're also blessed to to be touched by the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. And now we'll go to a process that we continue until we reach a permanent peaceful condition on this planet, which is the releasing of the Gans waters. I know China was doing it many, many years before the rest of us, but now we're taking up this flower, so to speak, and we're continuing to spread the Gans waters, and it's something for your physicality to do. But I think there's also other things connected to it. As you said, the wellness centers would be connected, or maybe this center in the exhibition center will also be enhanced by your spraying of the plasma waters. He said it would make connections between wellness centers, and maybe you're going to be that wellness center. But here's what we do every Sunday. And you can do this not only on Sunday, but at any time you'd like to release the Gans water. They have a certain amount of intelligence, and they know where to go, and they know how to bring balance to the condition, whatever it is, whether it's in the body or the environment.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And again, maybe you haven't made an energy system or a feeding system or a transmutation system and so on and so forth, but you can bring about the world peace by creating the peace dome. And this is something for the physicality to do. You simply make a Gans and you take the plasma water above it and release it into the environment. So this is something we can do, even though our knowledge is not that deep in creating a UFO or an energy system, as I said, or walls or what have you. We can release Gans waters on a regular basis to bring balance to this planet. And this process will continue. This is not a day job, as Mr. Keshe indicated in other points in his speeches. But this is something that will continue until we reach that permanent peaceful condition. The soul of this planet also needs that elevation. It's suffering, as I understand it, and it had a wrong streak in it, and this is being corrected through these efforts of releasing plasma water, and it's something that our physicality can do. And so
Hi, Mark.
yeah,
Sorry. I
No,
was
no,
just
it's
the spraying, like you can do the spray with the bigger drops of water. You could do the spray with the fine mist. And I was thinking like gas is like more like kind of a mist. Like when you spray the little droplets, you get like a cloud, like you can see it. Like my neighbor, he could see when I was spraying. I was just wondering, like, does that affect the strength that, like, when we're spraying, like, as opposed to, oh, I made some I'll just Gans and water, and I'll just spread it all over, like, just dump the water. But if you spray it, I was thinking along the line of like him squeezing the wires together. When you spray, you squeeze the water together. Anyway, it's just my weird thinking, but if anyone can make any logic of that, that's how I was thinking.
So you're thinking that if you release all the water in a gallon, it
Well,
would be different than if you sprayed that gallon?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know if it's that affects it, like why we have to spray, like it, I don't know, maybe because it spreads further, maybe that has nothing to do with the strength of it. It was just something that came through my weird thinking. Okay,
Mhm. No, no,
I'm
that's
done.
fine. Anyone want to answer that?
I just wanted to ask Diane, if you're squeezing, does that mean you're creating little vortexes?
Well, I
And
don't,
because isn't that powerful? And if it's almost like a nebulizer, then aren't you helping to elevate those who are above the earth? There's too many
yeah,
of them. Good idea.
yeah, it's just things that go through my head. I don't know, some of them all are wrong and way wacko, but I don't know.
No,
No, they're not. Wow.
no, we all have a unique understanding, and what your understanding is fine. Again, we're all adding to our knowledge. We're at different strengths and different positions in growing, but we're all growing into the knowledge. And as Mr. Keshe just said, we haven't reached 1 grain yet. So we all have a long way to go. So stay
Yeah.
humble, but whether you poured a gallon into a river or an ocean, I think it would disperse the same way. As if you sprayed that gallon through an atomizer. It may go to different places, but to me, it's all in the environment, whether it was sprayed or whether it was released as an entire gallon. And again, do you even need to make a GANS, or can you just, with your intentions, put that right into the water and release it? I think you can, if we trust our souls and if we understand this knowledge a little bit. As we understand, we can create fields just through our thoughts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else want to add anything else? But this is a process that's going to continue. Again, he said this is something for the physicality to do. Now he's taking us to the next step, which is using the fields of our soul to expand those fields and basically do the same sort of work, but without the physicality aspect of it. So if we go to the 216, we'll hear Shweta. Thank you, Shweta, for reading this. She'll read the first part again and then go into the second step of this process. And again, this is for us to practice to learn. We've all been takers. Giving has been a little bit more difficult, not all the time, but for the most part, we always seem to be a little bit on the holding back on the giving end. But not so much on the taking end. We'll take as much as we'd like to take, but the giving end, we have a little bit of a resistance in a way, because we think we're losing something, I think, but actually we're actually gaining something by giving. Surface to volume ratio, Irmgard says, the finer the droplets, the greater the surface. Thank you. So let's go to the second part, which is the second step in the Dome of Peace. Again, one for the physicality to work on, since we're so physical, and the other we start practicing through releasing fields, as we're huge field generators. I don't think we've realized this yet. The Universal Council is starting to understand this, but we're huge field generators, and we don't quite understand it, but we're learning to understand more about our own creation and what we can accomplish. As Mr. Keshe said, working in the physicality is hard and takes a lot of energy. Working through the dimension of energy or through the plasma is very easy, and it doesn't take a lot of work, a lot of energy.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta. Antonio has put into the chat, on my farm, I use the biodynamic method to disperse the GANs with the microbes together. The energy can be physically felt. Antonio, do you want to share any more about this or add to that?
Yep. Sorry, I'm laying in
problem.
bed here.
That's fine.
It's 4.
I do the same.
4:20 in the morning. It's very early in the morning here.
Where are you located?
In Australia, South Australia.
Bless you.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been using the GANs on a consistent basis with my fruit and veg organic farm. And I think it's, like I said, it can be felt physically, but on the inner levels as well. There's and like you said, your intentions, intent is important. That I believe makes a huge difference. So yeah, it's like putting a part of yourself into it. And as I see everything is connected, so with in the past few years, using the GANs, the property, even the crops have increased. I've been talking to Jim MacDonald here in Australia, and
yes,
letting him know about it. So there has been a dramatic increase in yields. When I say dramatic, there's been an increase, but the quality also is size, flavor. There's a whole
yes,
gamut of things that is really making a difference. So the GANs I use, I use it in all different ways. The biodynamic way, of course, is you spraying it out in the air, and as it's going up into the air and coming down, it's picking up energy as well. So it's not just spraying; it's the actual the process of the droplets going into the air and coming back down to earth. That it's picking up energy. That's my understanding of it. So the microbes and the GANs, mainly the 1 cup 1 life is what I use for my farming, but I have bottles of different GANs, zinc and CH3 or whatever. spread in sort of like Coke bottles around the property as well, suspended from trees and from on the vines, the vineyards. You know, over time there's been a noticeable increase in yields, but also it's just the feel of it as well. It's just amazing. So you know, I'm new to it in the sense I haven't been doing it for that long, but certainly it's making a difference for me.
Yeah, that's
The
what.
winery, of
Oh,
course.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, yeah, the winery that I supply the grapes to. They're pretty impressed with the product and pay me good dollars to make their organic Shiraz wine. So the wine itself, you know, I use a lot of different things, and Gans is one of them. Yep. So go ahead.
So beautiful. Yeah. No.
I have a question for
go ahead.
Antonio. Antonio, has there been any kind of testing on the alcohol content of the wine? You know, does it affect people by making them high like a normal wine, or is it somehow different?
I don't know. The feedback, people say that
So
they don't get hangovers, so that's probably a good thing.
oh wow.
It doesn't affect, yeah, it doesn't affect them in a way that normal wine does, but it's really up to the winery how they make it. If I make it myself, I won't add anything to it. It'll be just natural fermentation process, and but that wine normally doesn't last as long, but it's while you know
Yeah.
it doesn't you know it doesn't need to last that long because it doesn't. Most people love it and drink it very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I know you're in the soul elevation business in a way, and that's what confused me when Mr. Keshe said we can increase the yield 3 times, 5 times, but yet at the same time he's saying we need to walk away from the killing and get this out of our system. But to me, by consuming what you're growing there, or Jim and Lisa, or Gianni's farm, as we saw the beautiful winter wheat, by consuming it, it leads to the elevation of the soul, which will reduce the amount of consumption in the future per individual, because I think this is working internally on them as a soul elevator. So you're elevating many souls, even though they're consuming it and we're walking away from killing and destroying other creatures. This is a process that's going on. Man will continue to eat, even with the apps. He said it would supply most of your nourishment, but perhaps not all of it at this time. But that was an anomaly to me, why we would increase the yield, but at the same time indicate that we want to stop the killing. But I think Mr. Keshe said when people consume food that is grown with the GANs or with the plasma fields, it becomes an elevation of all the systems Mr. Keshe develops are for soul elevation. So Antonio, I think you're in the soul elevation business in a way, in the long term.
Yeah, whatever you ingest, it becomes part of you anyway. So I think that when we look at food, I mean, eventually I think Mr. Keshe is saying that we won't need to eat or kill anything. So even a grape or a fruit is a living entity and has a soul.
Yes.
So I'd like to see the day when we don't have to touch anything at all and we just admire the beauty of it.
Or even absorb the fields from it without killing it, as he indicated with the lamb or with other structures that we can do, the orange and so on.
Oh yeah, if it's willing to give to us, I'd accept it.
Beautiful work.
I've got to, I've got to get back to sleep, otherwise I won't
Thank
get any
you.
work done in the
Thank you for
morning.
sharing. Thank you, Antonio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very, very much.
Cheers.
Okay, we're going to take our 5 minutes of using the fields of our own reactor. Oops, let me just get to a point here. There. Okay, and this is where we're learning to use, practicing, to use our own field generators, which we are huge field generators. I don't think we really understand the potential that we have within each and every one of us. It just needs to be released. So this is a continuation of the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the souls of humanity, the souls of the world leaders, which we've touched. Mr. Keshe indicated this, religious leaders as well. And again, the Universal Council meets every day, not on Telegram, not in Zoom, but just on the energy level or the soul level. That's at 9 p.m. CEST on a daily basis. And you can stay for a minute or 5 minutes as long as you like to. And again, I think you can multitask with that as well. You can be working and you can still participate in this elevation of the souls. And this what goes on in the Brazilian meeting as well on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. CEST. They bring people together, and I think you can join them in the Zoom. I don't know if their Telegram is back up or not, but there was some issue with the Telegram, and that's getting revamped into the Zoom. But you can join them on Wednesday at 6 p.m. CEST or 2 a.m. for daily intentions and elevation. And this is working through the fields of the soul, which we're not really that familiar with, but people around the foundation certainly are. Releasing these energies, as Shwedo said. We're practicing this, as Mr. Keshe said, he'll handle the physical end of it, and it's our work to start practicing using our souls in the elevation and bringing things into the matter state we want to see, if they're correct. So let's just take 5 minutes if we can, and this is the I believe it's 9 p.m. right now in CEST time. So we can join with all the rest who are adding fields. And the beauty of this is we all have a unique fields or different field strengths or different strength fields, if you want to put it that way. And so collectively, we're stronger together. And this is why we come together to do this at different times in different places. But you can do it individually, and you can do it collectively at the appointed times. So let us take, let me just pull this up here. Oops. And we'll take 5 minutes. We're gathered together. We're peaceful. We're calm. And we have a mission to send the fields out to do their work. And you're the generator of those unique fields. And collectively, they have a huge impact. So let's just take this point in time to do that for 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. I was just thinking that this is more effective than each one of us writing 1,000 letters and sending them out. And it's so easy to do. So this is the effectiveness of working through the fields rather than working in the matter state with placards and letters and other sorts of matter state things to try to bring the change. We've sent out the fields are doing the work, and as Mr. Keshe just indicated to us, it's touched and raised the soul of the world leaders already. So we thank the Brazilian team who's relentlessly approached this in a very serious manner and have committed themselves to this on a regular daily basis, but all of us can participate with the Brazilians, with the Universal Council at the 9 p.m. session, or just doing it on your own as well, or in smaller groups. But the 9 p.m. would seem worldwide that we're all connected and we're all adding energies to this process. So thank you all for continuing. And again, the foundation doesn't check and have you done it or you haven't done it. It's all up to you and how much you want to see the peace brought onto this planet. So thank you very much for participating. We're going to go to Alex. Before that, Randy put a question in the chat, and maybe that would be good for after Alex's teaching. We can start out with that, Randy, if that was okay. Can someone tell me why my cup 2 setup turned brown instead of blue? New nano-coated plate, new nano-coated coils, and new copper coils, 7% solution, 1 volt DC at 0.02 amps. First day, lots of amino acids on top and nice blue color. Day 3, it had turned rusty brown color. Thanks. And maybe you want to address that after your teaching, Alex, or your sharing. Or if someone has a quick and ready answer, they could share it now.
Hi, Mark, yes. Let me just address that question. So it has to do with the energy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay, the energy of the field is extremely high, so it turned it brown. All you have to do is just let it sit there for a few days, and it'll turn blue.
From brown to blue, great.
Yeah, I poured it off this morning, so we'll just gonna let it sit and see what happens.
Yeah,
thanks,
let it
Alex.
sit and it'll go back to normal because it all has to do with the rate of change, and so the rate of change, it does affect the color. Short answer.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good. We can expand it again after. Let me play the disclaimer and then Alex will join us.
Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's give a warm welcome to Alex, who's continually dedicated his life and understanding to further the technology, as in a way we all have. But there's still so much more to learn. I think you would agree with that, Alex. But let's share what we think we understand at this point and continue to move forward and move ahead. So we do thank you profusely for being here and being part of it. But we know your soul has also brought you here for a certain purpose and a certain understanding and a certain emitting of fields, let's say. Again, we're not here through our physicality as much as we think we're here through the soul level. And this is a beautiful understanding to have. And I think we can apply it to many different situations that before we knew this would seem a little bit strange. We didn't even realize it, but now we're realizing more. So Alex is going to take us deeper into this knowledge and share a broader understanding that we can then pass what we've taken from this teaching into ourselves and also share it with the others. So we see your screen, Alex. Please feel free to take over.
And thank you so much, Mark. Excellent meeting so far. I want to thank all the people who are part of the North American Knowledge Team. And remember that the strength of our team lies in the fact that it's worldwide. And so we want to welcome all the other continents that are here as well. And welcome to this meeting, knowledge seekers and insomniacs all around the world. So I appreciate it very much. And these are the teachings of Marin Tevakoli Keshe, and I'm just trying to interpret them on our behalf and trying to condense things because we are fast approaching 10 years on this journey. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science. We are in the Intermediate Outer Space series. Today, we're going to discuss the blood of heroes. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is April the 30th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We went through basics, intermediates, and advanced in all the various series. And with the Outer Space series, we finished off with the basic reality dimension. And so we understand there are other dimensions, and some that we can go through physically, and some we have to go through plasmatically. And so what is happening with the blood of heroes here, which is following up on last week's Lust in Space, as so many of us have this problem. And it causes a lot of confusion because as we go on the plasma highway to search for outer space, we find that our little tiny red universe, and I say it's red because of all the blood that's spilt on it, it's a really tiny drop in the bottom corner, and this is our tiny perfect universe. And it's our little pie in the sky. But when we look at the rest of the sky, we find that obviously there's more going on, and there's energy that's flowing, and this energy is flowing as it's shown in the book number 2, The Structure of the Light. So the energy has to transfer as a light form, and this light form comes in many dimensions. And so as a result, each of these dimensions are created somehow. And so we find that based on the surface to volume ratios, that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And the reason for that is because we have 2 dimensions and 3 feedback dimensions. Well, which feeding dimensions are we talking about? Well, we're talking about the 1 and the 1. But is 1 and the other one the same one? And of course it's not, but it acts as 1. And then of course the feedback dimension is more than 2. Well, why is it more than 2? And that is because the feeding dimensions are still there. And so the feeding dimensions also become a feedback dimension. So all 3 of these dimensions come together to create the volume of the spheres of the fields, of which we are none of those dimensions because we're the observer. We're the ones who interpret, and of course we're the ones who fudge all the figures and facts and do it to suit our purpose. And that's one of the problems that we're having in our society, in our life, because many of us have no understanding of what our purpose is. And And this is causing a dilemma, only because we don't have the answers. And for those who are not seeking the answers, well, that's no problem for them. But which dimension are we operating in? So when we say 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension, 4 dimension, what we're not saying is the field strength. What we're saying is the relationship. And this is important because when we look at these math anomalies, we see that if we take 1 and multiply it by 1, we still get 1. And then if we take 1 and divide it by 1, well, we still get 1. So it's only when we add 1 and 1 that we get more than 2. And so the adding is what's important. So the adding are the 2 feeding dimensions, and the product are the feedback dimensions, which still include the 2 feeding dimensions. And of course, we're the 4th dimension that we're observing, or shall we say, fudging this viewpoint. All 4 dimensions come in together in play. And so it makes you wonder why we're looking for that little sweetheart pie, and yet on the same token, we're dreaming of bigger pies, because that's what it is when you have just a piece of the pie. It isn't the whole pie. And so many of us lust for more bigger pies. We dream of bigger pies because the pie that we have is not big enough. But, you know, we're dreaming of pies, and that pie is not big enough. It's never big enough. It always has to be bigger and bigger and bigger still. And we do the same thing with the rockets. We make them bigger and bigger and bigger. And all that does is makes a bigger bang in the Big Bang Theory. So it's still just a piece of the pie, and that's where the problem is. And there's another pie that I'd like to introduce you today, and this is Lloyd Pie. And unfortunately, he passed away in 2013, but he was an American author. And he did a lot of genetic research. And that's what we need to talk about today. And he wrote a bunch of books. The most important one, of course, is Everything You Know Is Wrong. And it has to do about human origins. Oh, you mean like where we came from? And how do we connect to that continent of Atlantis, wherever that is, which we think is probably at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Could be at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, but then it would be called something else, I guess. But when we look at the artwork coming from there and how far back it is, and we discussed this before, we find that the understanding of the genetic code is there, the understanding of the seasons is there, and we understand the stairway to heaven, and all of that is there. And yet, these people are less than what we are. We're the smart ones. We're not so smart, are we? Because everything we know is wrong. And so what we found out is that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so we now have created a new dimension, which we call inertia. And this inertia comes in the formation of a star. And at the center of the star is the soul of that inertia. And so when that inertia comes together, you get 1, which is the convergence, and you get the 2, which is the divergence. And then you create the third field, which is the conversion, and that's the inertia field. And the field that was diverging feeds back and converges back into the inertia field, which diverges back to the creation field. And so it goes back and forth. And the reason it goes back and forth is because it's a two-way street. And that's the only way that you can have gravitational stability. But what you do have is a manifestation, and you do have emotion. And as we talk, emotion as in movement. And so there are different manifestations of inertia. So inertia is just a manifestation of a kind. We just didn't say which kind. So when we look at the creation of these fields, they come together with PM ticks, which are magnetical feeding particles. They're energy packs. And they diverge all over the universe. And they come in different flavors. And they're coming all the time. And so at that particular moment, when you have this inertia manifestation, which is really a force field dilution, it drops it down to a lower energy state. And in that lower energy state, you have what's called a Maggrav condition, a Maggrav condition being the gravitational aspect of it. And so that comes from the plasmagen conversion of the principal transition and convergence matter. And that all comes together. However, in order to manifest, it can manifest on its own, but in order to manifest in a particular dimension, it has to have a reference. And so that reference becomes a feedback inertia. And so the feeding inertia and the feedback inertia creates a Maggrav inertia, which is a gravitational stability. So each field, and in fact, is an inertia that is created from two fields. So 1 and 1 is more than 2. So you have one feeding field, you have one feedback field, and then you have an inertia field, the combination of the feeding and the feedback field. And because energy is always in motion, you got to keep it going down this plasma highway. And so this plasma highway is traveling at an extremely fast rate. And, you better step on the gas here because you're going to get run over. But we operate in the physical state. And so we see that the physical manifestation of our essence, which is organic, and organic means carbon-based. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, we find that carbon has a mass of 12, which is 6 protons and 6 neutrons. So we call it C12. But we have isotopes, C16, C14, C10, and C8. And these isotopes are not in the physicality. They affect the physicality because 1 and 1 is more than 2. So as these things come together, they manifest. And so we have 3 dimensions where we have a higher field strength, a medium field strength, and a lower field strength. So if we were to say, if it was strictly on the plasma highway, we could say the highest field strength is the antimatter, the medium field strength is the dark matter, and the lowest field strength is the matter. And the difference between plasma matter and physical matter is a capital M and a small m for the physical. And so our understanding of our space, we call it man have, it's called a body. But that body is different from that body of a stone. That body is different from that body of a brick. This body is animate. And that is because we have soul. And the communication between the soul and the body is our emotion. And so our body has to have a reference point. That reference point is the environment. The environment is also physical. But that environment also has a soul. And as the communication from that soul to that physicality has to also involve an emotional context. So we find that The soul of the man space has to interact with the soul of the environment. The physicality of the man space has to interact with the physical environment. The man space that we know is specific to the earth space environment. Regardless, the emotional is the connection and the driving force behind this. And so we understand now the difference between the various energy states. And so when we're defining plasma, we have to understand that the plasma energy is in a different energy state depending on what you're referencing. So each plasma is an energy state, a kind of energy state, and radiance is a kind of energy state. And the radiance of you is you. And the energy that you're emitting is you in the form of a plasma. And so there's a plasma that comes in as a plasmagen, and there's a plasma that is activated within our physical state. It's still in a plasma state. But we have GANs and nano, which share and can bridge the two states between the physical and the plasmatic. And so, in fact, they can transcend the energies back and forth. And all of this creates matter. So, our point of view has to do with understanding our earth space, finding our inner space, and when we're complete with that, then we can search for outer space. And we are complete with that. We now know where we are. This is important because it's part of everything that we do. And everything includes everything. So everything is not just that piece of pie, but it's the whole universe. Everything is the whole universe. So the creation of the universe comes from energy. The universe exists from energy. But since energy is always in motion, then it has to come and go somewhere. And so before it can come somewhere, it has to have a combination. And that is, like shown in book number 1, the universal order of the creation of matters. So there's a convergence coming together into a MAGRAV condition. That's a magnetical gravitational balance. But it has to have a reference. And so there's another field that does the same thing. Does that field have to be in the same dimension? Who said that? So we have multiple dimensions, multiple field strengths, and all things work in combination. So we're just not saying where it comes from or where it's going. But what we are saying is that depending on the field strength and depending on the direction, it has a charge. So if it's coming, it's positive, and if it's going, it's negative. And this, in fact, is determined by the rotation of the field, the speed of the rotation, the strength of the rotation, and by the polar energy, which gives it the direction. And all of this has to do with the magnetical emission and the gravitational absorption. So we find that if we're emitting a magnetical force field and it goes around and comes back, how can you absorb this magnetical force field if it's emitting? So it has to convert to a gravitational force field to be absorbed. Either way, two forces, when they come together, and we're not saying only two forces, it's just we have to see that when these forces come together, and we say these forces are PM ticks, when there's a common denominator, they come together and they create a field. And this field builds a dimension. And so these 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z axis, is part of the inertia manifestation. time and distance to play no part in this. But what does play a part in this is us, our man space. Our man space interacts with this field space. And in this case, it's Earth space. And so we have seen our planet and we chose our planet. The problem, of course, is we don't remember, because the memory part of it doesn't seem to be in the conscious state. It is buried in the emotion of knowledge, which is in the unconscious state. And it's a good thing, you know, because in our conscious state, we seem to make a mess of a lot of things. But our unconscious state allowed us to be born. And so before we got here, we were an energy feeding pack. And in that pack, we had a package of knowledge, because we use that knowledge to manifest into this reality. And so that's what we're going to talk about, how we are transcending these various reality dimensions. So if we understand that the creation is a plasma feeding, and the plasma feeding has a rule, where the higher strength field feeds the weaker strength, then that implies a one-way street. But it's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. So what we have to do is make sure we have a relationship between higher fields and weaker fields. And so what we find in the higher fields is that they are higher by orders of magnitude. And we don't know how many orders of magnitude, it doesn't matter. It just matters it's higher or lower. And so we find the three fields where we say fundamentally one field is a natural creation and another field is a natural decay. But then there's this field in between, which is catalytic, and it's extremely stable. And we know that because our sun is a catalyst, and it's very stable, and it gives us energy. And we don't have to pay for it. And we don't have to worry about it. It does it automatically on our behalf. So thank you very much. So this is all part of the sequencing of what we call the plasma force fields of repulsion and attraction, which we see as magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so it manifests as a feeding and a feedback system. And you have to have the both, because if you're feeding, you want to be able to turn it on, but you know, when do you stop feeding? So you have to be able to turn it off. Well, you're the one who makes that choice. And so what is the rate? And so that depends on the strength, and you can increase or decrease that strength. And in that process, you change your position. And so you can enhance your position or diminish your position. But the thing is, you still have that choice. And you have to make that choice as if you were the last man standing, because that's one thing that happened. When you were born, you were the last baby standing. And so we find that the same thing happens with these PM ticks. They're the last core standing. And so when we look at a PM tick, and it has the relationship of an electron, but an electron is part of an atomic marriage with a proton. And so that becomes a gravitational ray. So we can draw the PM ticks in. And so you have the core components, but their PM ticks and the rays operate the same way. So we have rays of different field strengths, different intensities, different strengths. That's the best description of what it is. And these different strengths can manifest either in a plasmatic or in a physical field. And then there's this relationship where the proton feeds the electron, but the electron stays in the marriage. So that's the fundamental principle of the twinity. And we don't need a marriage certificate for this. But it was created from the breakdown of the neutron, what they call decay process. And in the process of decaying, well, we created a PM tick. So the decaying and the creation are the same thing. So through the decay of the neutron, we created an atom and we created a PM tick, right? And so this becomes part of the ray dance dimension. And so all of this is going on all of the time. And so we find that when we're looking at our physicality on Earth space, we see that it manifests into our Earth space. So we understand that our Earth space is inorganic and it's physical, but all that means is it's silicon based. We are organic, and all that means is we're carbon based. And so if we look at our physicality, we find that it manifests through a natural decay. Hey, wait a second. I was created through decay? Is that what happened? Well, yeah, kind of, sort of, because each energy state is at a lower energy state. And so we find that the physical state is at the lowest energy state. So when you interact two energy states, the product is of a lower energy state. So how do we create the GANs and the nanocoating and the plasma fields? Well, because, as I say, it's a two-way street. And so we have the other part of the equation, the natural creation. And so we see that the carbon-12 is more dense than the carbon-10, and the interaction leads to the carbon-8. And these are all in a plasmatic condition because that's what the isotopes are. The stable part, the physicality, manifests into an elemental process. And when we look at our ganses, we find that they are in a combination. They're in what's called a molecular process because it doesn't just involve the element. That's the thing about the elements. They're elementary. And so in terms of the creation, there's a relationship between a natural creation and a natural decay. But in the process of decay, there's a natural creation and a natural decay. And so on the natural decay, we have our three dimensions, and in natural creation, we have our three dimensions. We're none of those three. We're the fudge factor. We're the bonding fudge factor that's in between. We're the ones who are creating this relationship. So as we see exclusively on our physical state, we have a scientific community with a scientific responsibility, and we have a spiritual community with a spiritual responsibility. The problem, of course, is that they don't work together. So the plasma science is the combination. And not only that, but it adds to the knowledge. And depending on how much we add to the knowledge affects the rate of change. And so that's what we're going to. And today we're going to discuss the blood of heroes because we have a unique situation on this planet. And when I say unique, it doesn't just mean exclusively of this planet, but let's just say within a near proximity. We could call this the quarantine zone, okay, so that we have a reference. Terminology is kind of important, right? And so when we're looking at the blood of heroes, it's kind of like a sport, you see. That's one of the problems with the humanity, where we're looking at the spilling of blood as a sport. And so we have blood sports. And there's a human versus a human blood sport. And this is not meant to be a commentary. This is just to get us all on the same page of understanding what is a human to human blood sport. So talk about boxing, wrestling, or mixed martial arts. And then of course, everybody's favorite, Russian roulette. Well, not everybody's favorite. Only just 5 out of 6 people like Russian roulette. But then we also have human versus animal blood sports. And the thing is, well, we call hunting or fishing. Let's just call that. There's bullfighting, right? You have your matadors, and that's a very bloody sport. And then you have animal versus animal blood sports, like cockfighting and betta fish fighting. But the thing about these animal versus animal sports is the organizers behind these blood sports are humans. And the reason for that is because all of these sports have this thing. They're all blood pumping thrill sports. That's what they do. They get the blood boiling. And so part of the blood of heroes, of course, is the blood. And so we want to look at another terminology, Bingham plastic. We talked about this before. In the material science, which is physical science, a Bingham plastic is a viscoplastic material that behaves as a rigid body at low stress, but flows as a viscous fluid at high stress. So in layman's terms, if you punch it, it hurts. But if you slip into it, it's fluid. So the Bingham plastics act as a rigid body under a certain force until a certain force is applied. So if it's a strong force, it becomes a rigid body. And if it's a weak force, it acts as a liquid. And so if you ever wondered how they get the toothpaste out, well, that's easy. We all squeeze the toothpaste tube so the toothpaste come out. Toothpaste is a Bingham plastic. There are other pseudoplastics involve shear thinning, which means they decrease in viscosity when more force is applied. So shearing, and many are familiar with like the shearing of sheep, like when you use an electric razor to shave the wool off a sheep, it's called shearing. Well, that's the same thing happens when you're working with molecular structures. You can decrease their viscosity through the shearing process. And this shearing process happens when more force is applied. And so other pseudoplastics include like nail polish and lava. Lava, we got to talk about that. And well, ketchup. We know that sometimes ketchup doesn't come out of the bottle the way we'd like it to. And so we have to smack it sometimes so it comes out. And same thing with whipped cream, right? Have you ever had a birthday party where everybody had whipped cream and threw it around all over the place? Man, it was a lot of fun. Made a big mess too. Now, Bingham plastic is the most common rheological model used in the drilling industry. Another word, right? Another terminology. So what this means is that this model is a two-parameter model that includes yield stress and plastic viscosity of the fluid. So what happens here is that if you get the fluid moving, then you can do more with it, as in a vortex. So I think you understand that if you put a sugar cube in a cup of tea, it will melt very slowly. But if you stir it, it'll melt very quickly. That's a rheological model. So just to help, what does rheological mean? It's the most common properties of yield stress, relaxation times, viscosity, and compliance, right? And so the rheological properties is to study the behavior of fluids under mechanical loading. So they can have different shapes, they deform, they stress when subjected to a load. And they affect the shear rate, they affect the shear stress, and the relationship. So the relationship between the shear rate or the shear stress and the apparent viscosity. And we say apparent viscosity because we know that water is very fluid. But it's not very fluid if you dive off the diving board and do a belly flop. And it becomes very painful. But we're talking about the blood of heroes. So why are we mixing these two? Well, first of all, let's look at blood types, because that's one of the things that is missing. And so we look at the blood types, and they have A, B, and O. And the difference is really the presence or absence of certain antigens. And so antigens are substances that can trigger an immune response if they are foreign to the body. So that's our good guys, right? And so when we look at the differences, like in detail, let's say blood group A has A antigens in the red blood cells with anti-B antibodies in the plasma. Well, guess what? The blood group B has B antigens with the anti-A antibodies in the plasma. There you go. There's competition there. But the blood group O has no antigens. And then the blood group anti-A and anti-B. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misread that. Apologize. O has no antigens, but both anti-A and anti-B antibodies in the plasma. Yes, it's the blood group AB that has both A and B antigens, but no antibodies. There's a whole world of study that goes along with this. Let's just put two fields together, Bingham plastics and blood. Blood is considered as a Bingham plastic fluid. So analytical results come about, such as pressure drop, resistance to flow, and wall shear stress. Another item that was a Bingham plastic is lava. And lava flows are streams of molten rock that pour or ooze from an erupting vent. And it can be erupted during either a non-explosive activity or an explosive activity. And interestingly enough, lava flows uphill as well as downhill. So for instance, it could be 50 yards wide and 3 feet tall, or it could be 50 feet wide and 20 feet tall. So the lava can disappear or pop back up to areas of least resistance. And the reason the lava can go uphill is because it's actually being pressed like a tube of toothpaste through the Earth's surface. The lava is under the Earth's crust. It's fluid. It's part of the magma. And the coating on the magma is the inorganic surface of the Earth. And above that is the magnetical peace dome. And within the magma is the soul of the Earth in the core. And so we're living in that center portion on the biosphere range, which is on the surface of the physical magma. It's no longer Bingham plastic. It is solid. The same way blood creates a scab on the skin. So now we have resolved further this anomaly, trying to find out how we obtain gravitational stability. So when we look at the core of the Earth, we see the core is in the center, and the magnetical peace dome is working all the way around. So we have this concentric force fields of 3 dimensions. And then we look at our cell structure, and we have the same thing. We have a magnetical gravitational relationship of each cell, but collectively these cells come together as organs which have a gravitational stability and magnetical gravitational relationship. So the cells are similar to the Earth. It's just that we as humans have arms and legs, and so we walk on the Earth, whereas the Earth just rotates on its own axis. So what's important is in the atmosphere, the part of the biosphere, is we have to have some kind of gravitational stability, and that becomes an atmosphere that's loaded with oxygen, and let's say around 20%. And the thing about the oxygen is always in pairs. So if it's in pairs, it has two sides, but they have to be bonded together. But oxygen is also highly reactive, and so it has to have dangling links. And so we see how that works. And one of those links can be picked up with another hydrogen. And so we find that when we link this up, we create a water molecule, and it too has gravitational stability. Water is very important. It flows. And so it has some of the characteristics of a Bingham plastic. And it works, it becomes a universal solvent that takes us from solid to gas. And it's able to give and take energy from the gas and the plasma fields. So it has the same affinity as gas, very unique characteristic. So what do we find with the lava of the Earth? Obviously, it's carrying the energy of the Earth in some form and transferring that from below the crust to above the crust. And we find that the blood is kind of the same thing for us. It's within our body. And when we cut ourselves, it comes to the surface. So when we look at the creation of all the elements on this earth, and we said that the earth is inorganic, which what it means is that it is silicon based. But when we look at the amino star, we see that it's organic, which means it's carbon based. And so the amino star is comprised of the carbon 6, oxygen 8, nitrogen 7, and then of course the magnetical hydrogen 1. That's your amino star, right? This is star formation. We discussed that before. And so the amino acids end up creating our DNA and RNA, and the RNA and DNA interact. And so the RNA that we all have is part of the universal energy. And that universal energy that we have within us is unique. That's why we have almost 8 billion people on this planet who are all individual. But we all share a common environment, which is the Earth space. So it's our inner space spectrum is actually a feeding radiance, and the Earth space is the feedback radiance. and we interact with that. And so that becomes our DNA. And so we're sharing that with our Earth space as a feedback. And then, of course, we modify the DNA accordingly. And so we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, which is a pH scale of 1 to 14, and we find that above 7 to 14, we consider that alkaline. But what it does to the DNA is it contracts it. And if it becomes less than 7, which is from 0 to 7, it becomes acidic. The DNA in that kind expands. And so the balance point, the Magrath point of the DNA, what we call a healthy DNA, has a certain distance. And this distance in the helical coil and in the expansion or contraction of the DNA affects its performance. And so we find that outside of the range of the healthy DNA, it becomes unhealthy. And for the vast majority, and we're talking about 99% of the population, we're in a highly acidic condition. And a highly acidic condition is a precancerous condition. And the reason for that is because it affects cell respiration. So let's identify cell respiration. Food comes in, waste goes out. In that process, cells multiply through division. So all of this is part of creation. And from that creation, there's growth. And during that period in our lifetime, there we may damage ourselves, so it requires repair. And then when we're finished with our body, then the body decays. And this is all set up in the process, and that's part of our dimension. And so this has all come about on this Earth space because of the anchorage that we have. So the anchorage desire comes from the plasma of the soul. And the field strength is the bandwidth of the soul. And the soul is anchored in the blood. The soul is anchored in the blood. And so we have different souls, the soul of the man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells. But anchored to what? It's the soul of the earth, soul of the body of the earth, and the soul of the elements of the earth. And so the main component of being anchored is in the blood system. And so when we look at the blood system, it's composed of arteries and veins. And so the big difference, in simple words, the arteries carry oxygen, the veins carry waste. And they do go uphill as well, right? It wouldn't be so good for us, right, if we were walking around and the blood couldn't flow uphill. But we find that blood is red in its physicality. And the reason it's red is because iron is the main component of the blood. And when the iron component comes in contact with the oxygen, it actually changes color. Oh, we just talked about that a few minutes ago. So what is iron? Well, iron comes in the form of a tetrahedron, that is iron 26, which is at the core, and is surrounded by 4 oxygens. And each of these oxygens is an oxygen 8. And so the iron is a key component of the Earth space, and that's how we are anchored. And so in order for this anchorage to work, there has to be a link. And so the blood has a base of iron. It's a lot more complex than that, but fundamentally those are the 2 most important things that you have in there, because a healthy blood has a lot of oxygen in it. And so we find that if it's carrying a lot of oxygen in the blood, that the blood becomes aerobic. It's called healthy blood. And so healthy cells respire oxygen. So now you know why you breathe oxygen and you exhale CO2. Remembering, of course, that the CO2 that you're exhaling is not killing you like the CO2 if your environment was CO2, of which that constitutes maybe 0.04% of the environment, as opposed to the 79% nitrogen and the over 20% oxygen. And so we find that living cells are aerobic and dead cells are anaerobic. And so this is why, if we are in a healthy state, we continue to grow and repair our cells. But if we're in a dead state, then our cells deteriorate. And so we find that it has to do with the oxygen level. And so as soon as we stop breathing, we stop contributing oxygen. And lack of oxygen is an anaerobic condition, which is one of the reasons roadkill disintegrates in about 9 days naturally. And so our highways are littered with roadkill, and that's the unfortunate interaction between human vehicles and animals who just want to do what they do without interference from us. And so we find that the blood vessels actually contract as they extend out, and they come down to the point where they get into these capillaries, which are very, very, very thin blood vessels. So thin that they actually take this iron tetrahedron and fold it over. The blood star of the iron tetrahedron gets folded over, and the oxygen gets sheared, just like we shear the wool off a sheep. So this oxygen shearing is what happens in the capillaries. And so that gets distributed. But what I want to point out is that when the blood comes out from inside and we cut ourselves and comes to the skin, it turns red. And so that's interesting, because when we look at our x-rays, we see dark areas, and these dark areas are physical things like bones and cancers and things like that. But the rest of our body seems to be very transparent. And since iron is, pretty dense, we don't see the blood vessels in the x-rays, which means that the blood is transparent when it's inside in a GANT state. So they're accurate in when they say the blood is plasma. But the plasma blood in the physical state is a Bingham plastic. And the plasma blood in the plasmatic state is transparent. And it has this gravitational field effect and this materialization effect. And the first materialization that we have when we're born is the heart. And this heart materialization precedes the brain. So we have this blood materialization, and it materializes throughout the body, but it only goes around the brain. There is no blood in the brain. And there's another funny system, the lymph system, and it has white blood cells. And both the red and the white blood cells are produced in the bone marrow of the thigh bone. So once this red blood gets sheared in the capillaries, then what's left is the hydrogen. And that enters through the electron transport system. See, the iron is huge, it's 26. So that stays in the blood. The oxygen is 8, it gets sheared off. The hydrogen is 1, it carries on. And it's transported through the interstitial fluid. So we can clearly see that the blood system does not reach the cells because the iron is just way too big. So the blood system reaches the organs. The organs are a lot bigger than the cells. But the lymph system reaches all the cells because the cells respire. They need food delivered. The lymph system does that. They need waste removed. The lymph system does that. The blood system does not do that. And so this becomes an important condition when we understand the marriage family. So we ask ourselves, is it a genetic or an emotional connection? Well, it's a cooperation on a physical basis, isn't it? And it's not really a competition unless we're playing a game show. And we like to play games, don't we? So basically, we create a biological family, which comes from the same way as the organelles, the body, and this is biological family. And so we create children. So you get one marriage, and that marriage comes from a set of parents. Those become the grandparents. Each one has a set of grandparents, and then their offspring. Those become the grandchildren to the grandparents. And so you have different field strengths here. So you have the older grandparents, the childbearing parents, and the child rearing parents, that is, and the children. And so each one has its own field strength. But in reality, we have marriage breakups and things change in our life. And so parents get exchanged, new alliances are formed. And so this becomes a very difficult relationship. And we talked about that, where the children may be looked after by certain parents, but they wouldn't be necessarily the biological parents. And so we discussed, well, what is the connection? And of course, it's the emotional connection. And with respect to that emotional connection, it's a connection between the soul of the responsible, shall we say, adults and the dependent children. And there has to be an emotional connection. It stands to reason that that would be a two-way street. And it also stands to reason that that becomes an individual choice. So there's an emotional choice. And so we discussed the family of emotions, and we looked at the things that affect our man space point of view, and that being the emotion of man, the emotion of physicality of man, the emotion of the presence of man in this space, and that's affected by the emotion of position and modified by the emotion of vision. But all of this came about intuitively through our emotion of knowledge, which is from the soul space point of view. And so this soul space is the part of the outer space which we're looking for, isn't it? Because that's how we were born. We were born with this emotion of knowledge, but we don't know how we were created because we don't remember. But what we do know is that there is a communication that's between the cells, and it's an unseen communication. And it's very stable. And we see that when we see a cancer, that is a disruption of this stability. And so it starts in a certain kind of field and grows from there. And so the cancer is very much anaerobic, and a healthy cell is aerobic. And so this all becomes part of what we call the plasmacom, the plasmatic communication. And so we were born with the heart first, but then we manifested the brain, and the brain being the residence of the soul of man. And so the residence of the soul of the body of man is within the body. And so those two fields work together to work with these aerobic healthy cells. But when they become unhealthy, they become anaerobic. And in that process, decay begins. So this is the inertia of relations that we have. We see the different energy states can increase or decrease, but the fact is that the order of magnitude is what's important here. Order of magnitude being 10 times. But 10 times how many times? 10 times 10, 10 times 100, 10 times 1,000. And so all of this affects the speed of rotation, which affects the field strength. And so this means that the higher energy state feeds the lower energy states, but these energy states are changeable through the absorption and emission of energies. And when we have a balance, then we have a MAGRAV condition. So these strengths are all accommodated for by these various field relations. And these energy states can transcend multiple energy states. So we just don't have to go one step at a time, we could jump steps. So we find that our Earth space is a kind of energy state, and that energy state is gravitationally stable. And our inner space is an energy state, and it too is gravitationally stable. And so the transfer of this energy of plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. And that is really what we're talking about here. Because you see, the soul of inertia also is created in this field strength. And so the increase in field strength is creation, the decrease in field strength is decay. But the soul is non-tangible and non-visible. So the inertia is the manifestation of an interaction, but the inertia as well may be non-tangible and non-visible. So that is to say, the inertia may be physical and visible. So the soul of inertia manifests as a product of creation, regardless whether it's increasing in field strength or decreasing in field strength. So the product of the interaction with respect to the inertia of the soul of the man space and the inertia of the soul of the earth space gives us the inertia of the soul of the humanity family. But not only. All of these are different inertias, and each one is a field, and each one has a soul. And so now we understand better the cups of life, because when we look at the basic inner space emotional strength and we draw on the emotional cup of life, which leans on the zinc gans, or we look in the physical cup of life, which leans on the copper gans. But, we have other ganses that manifest, the CO2 gans and the calcium gans and the amino acid gans and the water gans. But these are all part of the radiance manifestation, because these are all in the three-dimension construct, of which we are not part of any of those three dimensions. We are in a fourth dimension, and our dimension interacts with these dimensions. We are the missing link. We are the ones that are the bond between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum. And we don't know which one it is, because it doesn't matter. We are all of a different flavor. So, when we're looking at this bonding dimension, we just say it's a vanilla radiance. This radiance is our inner space radiance. And the transfer of energy from this radiance transfers to the plasmatic field or the physical field, and it goes through this reality dimension, which is the fundamental part of outer space. And so this is how the cup relationships work. Each cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship and a soul radiance. And those three, the soul, cup of soul, the cup of the earth, cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, and the cup of the physicality, work together in unison as the cup of man. And so that creates a MAGRAV condition, but we have to have a relationship. And so we've chosen earth. And so we have a cup of the earth. And so our existence is the interaction between the cup of man and the cup of earth, called the cup of inertia. And so when we look at the inertia family, we see that there are different interactions, different inertias. We have this physical glass, which is made of silica. It's inorganic, but inside we have this water, which has an affinity to the GANs, and we have the GANs inside, which is a compound. It's not an element. And then we have this hole in the GANs, and this hole in the GANs has to take into account other plasma fields, which we can't see. Everything that you see here is in a plasma field, and we are part of that plasma field. So what we're looking at is a three-dimensional construct, and then we're in that fourth dimension that we're looking at this thing. So if the seeing is believing, and the believing is knowing, then the knowing is all in the dreaming. And so are we in a dream? Well, yes and no. So in the physicality, the dream that we have is a physical dream. So when we look at cup number 5, and we see cup number 5 is the cup of the earth. And what do you know? It has a zinc coil, which is emotion, has a copper coil, which is physicality, and it has iron. It has iron. The same iron that's in the blood. Now, interestingly enough, when we produce this iron gas, it can produce blood. The characteristic of this blood is it does not have a blood type. It is plasmatic blood. So how do we determine a blood type? It's determined by the emotion of knowledge with the environment at the time of your birth. And so when we're doing, let's say, a blood transfusion, because that's physical, and we're using blood plasma, and it's physical, we know it because it's red. So that means it's a blood Bingham plastic. We have to match the blood type. But when we create the blood, which we're obviously able to create the blood within our body, because when we were born with the blood. So that blood was plasmatic blood, as in non-physical, non-Bingham plastic, true plasma. And it carries the emotion of the earth. And that's our anchorage. And we know that because when we spill the blood of heroes, the anchorage is gone. So when we're producing this GANs, we have to realize, well, what's the difference? When we look at the elements in the periodic table of elements, they're all elementary. But when we look at the GANSes, they're all combinations. So we have copper oxide, zinc oxide, carbon dioxide. They could all be oxidized, and they have to do with the muscles, the mood, and the health. But the iron GANs is CH3. It's iron, and it's not oxidized. And so this is not new information, although it may be new information to some. But this was announced a long, long time ago by the Keshe Foundation, and we have to ask, why is this not being adopted? Because it certainly would help with the health if we could do blood transfusions in case of emergency and not have to worry about the blood types. And wouldn't it be handy that we wouldn't have to draw the blood from various people, where we could just create the blood GAMs and help many more people. And so when we see, in order to maintain this stability, because the CH3 is asymmetric, it has 3 hydrogens. In order to balance it, we have to link it up. So that it has gravitational stability. So just to review how we create that, we have the zinc, the nanocoated copper, and the iron as part of the cup of the earth. But we're talking about the blood of heroes today, and it has a lot to do with the genetic code. And the genetic code is in a library referred to as the OMIM genetic code library, and it deals with the genes. The genes are part of our RNA and DNA, and as they come together, they link up. And so they become part of the construct of the RNA and DNA. And in order to do this, they combine in pairs. And so when we're looking at gene modification, we have to ask ourselves, is that a disruption, or is it an alteration? And is it enduring, or is it reversible? And so that depends if it's in the physical state or in the plasmatic state, doesn't it? We know that when we were born, we were in a plasmatic state. And so we manifested from that genetic code. There's a real problem. We look at the construct of the DNA, and it's made from these chromosomes, and they come in pairs. And the human chromosomes has 23 pairs. Getting back to Lloyd Pye, one of the things he showed was, you understand that when you're looking at the first trimester of an embryo, you don't know if it's a chicken or a man. But some people think that they evolved from apes. But humanity actually evolved from something else. And so to have a look at this genetic sequencing, as was described by Lloyd Pye in his books, when we look at the chromosomes of the humans and compare them to the chimps, the gorillas, and the orangutans, we find a startling difference. All primates, that is chimps, gorillas, and orangutans, have 48 chromosomes. So 48 chromosomes is symmetric. Okay, that's good. But the thing is, humanoids have 46 chromosomes. So, for those who evolved from primates, well, congratulations, you have 2 more chromosomes. The rest of us here, we only have 46. But 46 chromosomes always come in pairs, right? All things in combination. Well, let's look at these combinations, because as they converge into the physicality of what happens. So we have this gravitational relationship of carbon 16 to carbon 14 to carbon 12, right? That's the decay process. But then the creation process by going into the plasma magnetical state goes from carbon 12 to carbon 10 to carbon 8. But each of these comes at a different plasmatic field strength. And so we see the convergence on one side, we see the divergence is the emission, and so that the divergence is a magnetical. And so we see that there is a transfer of energy, one coming in and one going out. That's all part of the conversion process. But when we look at individual levels, we find that there are convergences at each of these levels. So we see, for instance, in the physical state, we have to have a gravitational magnetical convergence that creates a MAGRAV condition. And it's likewise at each level. And so if we look at the lowest energy state in the physical state, that becomes gravitationally stable. But if we look at the middle point, that has to be gravitationally stable as well, doesn't it? And the higher energy level state, well, that has to be gravitationally stable as well, doesn't it? So each and every energy state has to be gravitationally stable in order to be at an energy state. You cannot be at any level if you're not gravitationally stable. So in order for us to be gravitationally stable with respect to our physicality, we have to have a gravitationally stable physicality and a gravitationally stable body of soul, or the soul of the body. And we can maintain that stability between these two. So we have the field strength of the soul of the body, and we have the field strength of the physicality. Higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So with our plasma cups of life, we were able to create nanocoating and GANs. So we created a field flow. And when we look at the conversion of each of these levels, and we look at the inertia field, so if we position the higher energy state and say the combination of the carbon 16 and the carbon 8 brings us carbon 24 in the highest energy pattern. If we look at the mid pattern, the carbon 14 and the carbon 10, that also gives us carbon 24. But then we go into the physical materialization, and then we have a bit of a problem. And that problem is that most of us are operating on only these two levels because we see ourselves as heroes. We like to spill blood. The spilling of the blood is killing. And the killing is confined to this gravitational quarantine field that we have. But fortunately, this quarantine field is connected with the soul level. Because we exist. There's a connection between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. It is always there, whether we acknowledge it or do not acknowledge it. And so we find that the connection between the soul of the man comes from inertia field of C24. The soul of the body comes from inertia field of C24. And so the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And now we're developing this vortex, right? This vortex, which is part of the Bingham plastic aspect that we use in the drilling and mining industry, which is really cutting into the surface of the earth, isn't it? It's drilling into the surface of the earth. but we have this anomaly, and it's asymmetric. C23, 23 pairs of chromosomes. How does that happen? We certainly didn't come from primates. There's something missing. Something unseen, something non-tangible, something plasmatic. The radiant you, the inner space, radiance coming from your soul, which is the ray emission, the launch field, and the ray absorption, the landing field. And you traveling at light speed, we didn't say which speed. You are the radiance, and you can flip all the time, change direction, but you always have this gravitational stability at the core of your soul, or the soul in the core, whichever you prefer. So this is the highest energy state. This becomes part of the radiance inertia. And so if you want to play the game with the blood of heroes, you have to play in the field of physicality. But if you want to play in the field of winners, you have to play in the soul field of inertia. And so the existence can manage with the interaction of the physicality with the soul of the body. And the soul of the body is always connected to the soul of physicality. However, if we are earth-centric, egocentric heroes, we are drawing energy from the lowest energy. And so we can have this manifestation, because any manifestation is when two fields come together, right? That's the formation of any field, is literally a manifestation. So the plasma feeding is what leads to this manifestation. So it can be non-tangible or tangible, or non-visible or visible. And the emotion is the connection. And it too becomes a form artifact, because that's the energy in motion at that manifestation point. So that form artifact is the emotion of presence. That's the reality. So there is a plasmatic reality and there is a physical reality, and the two work together. So in the terms of the physical reality, that's materialization. And so when we were born, we were manifest as babies, and then we materialized into the physicality. And when we die, we dematerialize and manifest back into the soul state. What we're doing now, searching for outer space, is we want to materialize and dematerialize in other dimensions and cross the reality dimension. So now we see the difference between the matter plasma dimensions. The physical plasma, small m matter state, is gravitational. The non-physical capital M mattergen state is magnetical. One's a feeding system, one's a feedback system. You have to have a relationship. And so we chose the earth, but we were not alone. We're not alone, because every manifestation has a soul. It's just that some physical manifestations are inanimate. Some are of the vertical people, Some are of the horizontal people, and some are the humanity. And so let's be clear. Let's be clear. Primates are part of the horizontal family, and humans are part of the humanity family. And the connection is this emotion, the plasma emotion, that connects us to this earth space, because that was a preference. And if we want to go to another space, that has to be benevolent, friendly to us. And so the reality of it is that the universal community is friendly and benevolent. Humanity is part of the universal community, friendly and benevolent. We are part of natural creation and part of natural decay. But when we don't understand it, then we fudge it. And we say that we like to spill the blood. So in the physicality, that becomes part of the binding energy path, where we absorb energy. And the earth works the same way. But in order to maintain this earth, which is a maggraph, and in order for us to maintain our physicality, which is a maggraph, we also have to emit energy. And so this becomes an elevating energy. And so if we're looking at from our physical centric position, that's a lust feeding energy. And when we're dealing with the blood of heroes, that's a bloodlust feeding energy. And so that becomes a binding force of the worst kind, because it's at the expense of others. But binding energy is part of maggraph conditioning. But the blood of heroes, as other sports, they're not really sports, but some people treat it as a sport, like wars, human trafficking, organ harvesting, pedophilia, and various kinds of immorality. And when we look into outer space, there's no bloodlust in outer space. So our pursuit of happiness is really a lunch field failure. There is no bloodlust in space. Man has never launched a rocket into outer space. So the question really is, do the Earth space rules apply to the inner space or the outer space? It all depends on your point of view, doesn't it? So the truth of the matter is that we were all born from the radiance. That's the proof of the concept. And we were born using an outer space system, and we were born into the inner space of the inertia field between our target, which was Earth space, and our source, which is the soul space. And so we're just halfway through our round trip, aren't we? So we came here on the plasma highway, and we can travel throughout on the plasma highway, because outer space is not a place. Outer space is a relationship between you and your radiance, because your radiance comes from you. So outer space is a method of energy transfer. It's energy in motion. And so this emotion is the dynamic soul plasma, which is in everything. The soul of the creator, the soul of the earth, the soul of the family of humanity, the soul of man, the soul of the body, the soul of the cells. And so we have this lust for life. And this lust for life is derived from the love of this universe. And so as we see all the groups coming together, we see that science is meeting the soul of man, and it can only do that with peace. And because of that, we see that we have excitable visitors who have not been able to do this. We have provided the on-ramp for the plasma highway for our visitors. Where's our on-ramp? Our on-ramp is their off-ramp, and their off-ramp is our on-ramp. And we can only do that if we cross that inner space peace bridge between the soul of man and the soul of the body and achieve a magnetical stability, because that's the only way we can communicate through this plasma outer space highway. How do we communicate with the Earth space? Because the Earth space has its own inner space dome, its own peace dome. And we know it's heaven on earth, because look at the biodiversity of the vertical people and the biodiversity of the horizontal people, and in fact the biodiversity of the humanity. And so we see vertical people will never fight vertical people, not for sport. Horizontal people will never fight horizontal people for sport. So we live by the same rules. Unless there are some different earthbound rules. And so if we want to get into this outer space highway, we have to transcend the limitations of nuclear science and understand that ethos has to be involved, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. These are all creation constructs of the radiance of the soul and the radiance of creation, which comes from the soul of creation. And the speed there is unlimited. The plasma highway is there for all of us. We're in post-June 6, 2022 era where we can make choices and understand that we can travel through the various spaces. It all depends on the field strength of our inner space and understanding. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science, calling all Earth space sweethearts. Make the conscious choice. You've already made it in the dreamscape. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with a pen, but don't sign it in blood. We're talking about plasma science, not the physical science. We're talking about fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. That's part of the emotion of vision. The universal community is your travel guide. And so that affects your emotional position, and they give you the map to follow. Earthbound heroes are nothing more than an acquired inner space emotional construct, whereas the inner space earthbound soul family is the physical and emotional transformation. And it's a gravitational transformation, and it comes to us from the emotion of knowledge. That's the transmutation connection to this manifestation point, and it connects equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. So the plasma outer space highway on-ramp is closed to the blood of heroes. That's why the speed limit is unlimited. Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of this lesson. Hope you all enjoyed the trip. Thank you so much for allowing me to present.
Well, thank you, Alex. Again, very deep understanding, and thank you for showing us what we have missed and what we need to understand more about. Again, as Mr. Keshe said, we need to travel to every place in the universe to sort of gain the totality, but that may happen in a shorter time than we can imagine. While we give you a break just for a minute, I'd like to go back to Randy, if we could. Can someone, he put in the chat, can someone tell me why cup 2 set up turned brown instead of blue? new nano-coated plate, new nano-coated coils, new nano copper coils, 7% solution, 1 volt DC at 0.02 amp. First day, lots of amino acids on top, nice blue color. Day 3, it had turned rusty brown color. Thanks. I know you made a comment on this, Alex, and maybe someone else would, but Elizabeth put in, it has happened to some knowledge seekers in Colombia with copper cable. It's not 100% pure. Put a magnet close to it to see if it sticks. It will have alloy. And perhaps that's a part of the solution as well. I think you've gotten some of that copper at the artist shop, I think, Randy, and that may be why it's not really a pure copper, perhaps. Does anyone else want to address that for Randy?
I buy all my copper from a metal shop.
Okay.
And the same metal shop, so I know it's the same source all the time.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. I just thought, I know Mr. Keshe addressed Jamila on that one when she was making the CH3 and it turned black, and he was talking about the iron, and the zinc coated iron probably was an alloy or wasn't pure iron, or too much carbon in it perhaps. Again, there's many variables when we do some of these things. Anyone else want to add anything? Why his cup went from blue to brown? Alex said just let it sit for a few days and it'll turn back to blue or greenish blue. All righty. Alex, are you ready to take some questions? I know you didn't get to answer Ed's question per se, I don't think, and he was trying to connect the soul of physicality to the soul, and he was looking for some ways in doing this, or is it already connected? We just haven't acknowledged that. Alex, would you like to say anything about this connection of the two souls? We know they're connected because the soul created the soul of physicality, as I understand it.
Certainly. So we are connected, but what's the focal point? And so when we become egocentric, we're basically telling the universe to shut up. And the soul and the universe are intimate. All right, because the energy transfers through outer space. And so the moment we say, now that I'm here, things are going to be different. I'm going to take care of business. Well, as soon as you say that, you're drawing energy from the lowest level. So at that point, you put up a barrier between you and your soul, which is really, I think you can understand, damaging when your soul is your best friend. And if you put up a barrier between you and your best friend, that's counterproductive. And that's one of the reasons that we have this problem. But why are we motivated to have this problem? That's the question. So what I'm trying to say today is that inherently we are connected to our soul already. What is causing us to have this belligerent attitude, which is a unique attitude with respect to all the species on this planet? You could say that, oh, well, the roosters are fighting. The roosters are fighting for a reason. They will fight for their offspring, they will fight for their territory, they will fight for their mate. But they will never go out and invade another place. Lions, same way. They will defend their territory. Dogs are the same way. Why do you get a dog that'll attack someone, but, will lick your face? And the reason is because that dog is protecting you. That dog is working on your behalf, right? So in the beta fish fighting, Why are the beta fish fighting? Because they are protecting their territory. It's a natural thing. And so we, as humans, are using that characteristic, that natural characteristic, and turning it into a sport for our benefit. So the beta fish are doing something that comes naturally in terms of protection. And we are the ones who are the, shall we say, the motivators, the ones who are paying, the ones who are paying to create the event, the ones who are paying to watch the event, the ones who are paying to bet on the event, and, get the bloodlust thrill going. That's all part of it, isn't it? What about cockfighting? What do you see? They actually put spurs on a cockfight, on a rooster. Well, the rooster, you don't see a rooster going out to the gun shop and buying a weapon. So man did that. So the way that man did that to the rooster is the way some man did that to man, because man would never fight another man. Well, man would never kill another man, because man was created from the universal field strength, and the universal field strength obeys the universal lust, which we call love. So the love for humanity obeys the morality ethos of the universe, which thou shalt not kill. So what is causing man to violate that law? Because the rooster is violating that law also, and the beta fish is violating that law also. And the common denominator, other than man, because man is there, but let's call it something else, an external operator. And how is this done? Why do they call them soldiers of fortune? Because they're paid. So man will do things because he's paid, even to the point of selling his own children. They do that. So there are disgusting actions on the part of humanity, and you wonder why the universal community is not welcoming us with open arms. So the reality is unless you connect with your soul, and in order to do that, you have to obey the ethos of the universe. And so that means consciously and subconsciously connect to your soul and allow the soul to guide you and lead you. And since it's your friend, it will never put you in harm's way. So you have to interpret your soul better. And this works because when you go to sleep at night, you release your soul. And your soul says to the soul physicality, you stay safe. I'll see you in the morning when you're recharged. Why do we need recharging? There's something wrong. We're missing something. So if each energy state were to be in a Magravh condition, say a combination of C16 and C8, which would be C24, and if we look at the connection, the C14, which is the connection to everything else, to arrive at C24, we have to interact with the C10, both of which are in a plasmatic condition, and the combination of which gives us the physicality. And so that it creates one human being. And how does a one human being create another human being? Well, it needs another human being before it can create another human being. So 1 and 1 is more than 2, isn't it? But if the number of chromosomes is only 23, then something is missing. So the 23 is in the physicality. The one that's missing is in the plasmatic state. If we choose to ignore that, then we're operating at a deficiency. If we choose to embrace that, then we're operating at a higher energy state. And we make the choice. But you have to remember that we have acquired tastes. And the blood of heroes is an acquired taste. And this is something that we have to, shall we say, break the addiction of the blood of heroes.
Maybe it's the stealing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say maybe it's the stealing aspect with our soul. We've been taught that our soul is our closest friend, but at the same time, it's the one we steal from the most. So perhaps.
But who taught? Who did the teaching?
Seems to come natural.
No, it doesn't. The natural, thou shalt not kill. The blood of heroes is not natural. It's acquired.
No, but it's been passed through the ancestors and so on. So my point was that if we reduce the stealing from the soul, perhaps the relationship would be improved, or there'd be a closer relationship, but that's up to the individual. I don't think I can stop you from stealing from your soul, but when you come to realize this understanding, then you can deal with that.
Okay, so we're talking about the rate of change now. Say you change, I change, that's 2 out of, say, 8 billion. What's the difference between 8 billion and 8 billion minus 2? Nothing. No difference. It's the same thing. You're dealing on such an order of magnitude that it becomes irrelevant. So if we elevate to a higher energy state, as we are with the universal enhancement units and the universal spaceships, they are operating at a much higher field strength. But not only, we're talking about greater diversity. So when you produce a cup of life, you involve 4 elements, but when you're producing the universal enhancement units, it's over 400 components. And none of them are elements, they're all combinations. So some are oxygen based and some are hydrogen based, but every element has a GANS. Every element has a plasmatic condition. So if every element has that, then every vertical person, every inanimate person, every animate horizontal being, and every humanoid has it. So our ticket to outer space is to solve this problem with the blood of heroes. Spilling blood on behalf of someone else does not make you a hero.
Is this why people go to auto races and other types of sport? Just to see that big crash? And
the bloodlust.
Yeah, someone used to say, yeah, there's a tendency in a human being to enjoy other people in pain, as long as it's not you.
Yeah.
So we definitely have a wrong streak there, I think, within us.
Well, there was a show on American TV called America's Funniest Videos. And so it would take videos of people doing silly things and make people laugh, right? And I remember watching this one video of a gentleman who fell off a porch, and he did it in such a silly fashion, but he broke his leg, and everybody was laughing. And I thought to myself, how does a broken leg become a comedy? And I just stopped watching the show after that, because that's how ridiculous it got. In our serious desperation to become comedic, we started to laugh at other people's suffering. That's not normal. Is that normal? Not having compassion for your neighbor? Your neighbor is part of your community. If your neighbor is sick, the whole community is sick. That's the fact. So if you want a healthy community, then you need healthy neighbors.
But most of us have not made that connection.
That's why we're teaching the plasma
Yeah.
science, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why you're doing what you're doing, and why we have this extremely loyal following on the North American classes, and this surge on the Brazilian community. I was going to say it, the brilliant community, the brilliant Brazilian community.
Can I
These
ask a
people.
question, Alex?
Oh, that voice sounds familiar. Hi.
Hello?
Oh, no.
Come back.
Hello?
Where did you go? He just dropped out.
Was that Jalal?
Yes. Okay.
He
he'll be
dropped
back.
out?
He'll be back. He was in before he left. He came back. Hopefully he'll come back again shortly.
Okay, I'm having unstable connections also from time to time.
Yeah,
So
a little bit of your voice cut out for a couple seconds. I was going to interrupt, but then you came back, so I didn't. If you listen to the recording, you'll probably hear that.
well, it's it's an exciting time. Tomorrow is the 1st of May.
Yeah.
And of course, May in Canada is very important because May has the May 2-4 weekend. So everybody's getting kind of excited about that, right? The biggest excuse to get drunk. And so until the May 2-4 weekend, everybody is housebound, and it's raining today. So there's a lot of pressure on the internet. I'm not being cynical. I'm just telling you the facts of life. This is the facts of our society. This is what it is. That there's no traffic outside. The stores are empty. So,
Okay, does someone else have a question? Hopefully, Randy, you saw that about the aeration as well in your question. And Dr. Karim said in the American, hey, can you send me a picture from the environment you have created, responding to you, Randy. So I don't, if you see that, you can respond to Dr. Karim. Would anyone else like to raise a point or a question? That was the first time I heard of this Bingham plastic, but I can't. Thinking of ketchup and toothpaste, I've never even heard the term before, so thanks for sharing that. We're open to all knowledges, as we know. Jalal, are you back? He is not back. I don't see him back yet. Anyone else has a question they would like to raise? Ike has said gladiators, boxing shows. Yes, I used to watch some boxing, but then when they had the women on television fighting each other, I just couldn't take it anymore. I could see men in a way having a brawl like that, but not women. And that really shut me down on that aspect of it. Even with the men, I mean, they really go through a lot of punishment to have a few bouts in the ring, which causes a lot of damage, I think, later on to their memory and so on, as we see with football. So yes, there's a lot of quite brutal sports.
See, this is a great point you brought up, Mark, because you turned off, right? You turned off the TV.
Totally, yeah. I could not see them promoting
Yeah.
this, but they did.
Okay.
And Yeah.
So you had a choice, and you acted on that choice. You just didn't go willy nilly. And oh, here comes Jalal again.
Yes, he's back.
Get that guy in here.
But yeah, I made that decision to walk away from that. Yes, Jalal, go ahead. His mic is open.
Sorry, guys, I was kicked
That's
out.
okay.
The picture was jammed, and I am speaking, and then I noticed nothing is there. So where you missed me after the question?
Nothing. We heard nothing.
You didn't. You just got to start it, and then you didn't say anything, and you were gone.
Oh, as Mr. Cat said, maybe God did not want you to.
Yes, probably.
Get to the point before you get kicked out.
Okay. Did you hear that? Just I said hello, everyone. Good evening.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good. Very good. That's more important. Okay. The question: are we really in a peaceful position, or what is our position? Is the whole the humanity now in this moment of time better in this respect or worse in respect to all this history of the life of the mankind? I think we are in a very good position with respect to peace. Very, very, very good.
Yeah.
I think that people are ready for a change. Okay, I'm done.
Well, we are changed. We are already changed. You know, even the worst who is making wars, it's not every day. If you look to the history, the life of our ancestor is fighting 24 hours, 24/7, killing 24/7, stealing 24/7. That's the condition they were in. But now it's, I think, 100 times better in respect to the peaceful condition. That's why we earn this knowledge. That's why we earn this communication with the universe. So it's not really bad. It's a very positive condition.
Yes, for certain, Jalal. The thing is that sometimes you have to be so disgusted with what you're doing to force that change. You have to force yourself. And a long time ago, when I was a child, and I was maybe 4 years old, and I remember this distinctly because my mother used to like to talk on the phone. It's a Canadian thing. We love talking on the phone, and she spoke with her friend for a couple of hours. And during that time, she filled the ashtray. She was smoking like a chimney. She went through a whole pack of cigarettes during that phone conversation. And at the end, the ashtray was overflowing on the table. She puts the phone down, and she didn't even realize how bad the ashtray was. And she looked at it, and she just couldn't believe that she smoked that many cigarettes in that period of time. And it was so disgusting. She threw the cigarettes and ashes away and threw the remaining cigarettes that she had, and she quit smoking on the spot. You just have to be so disgusted sometimes with what you're doing to actually wake up and say, you kind of slap yourself silly.
Enough is enough. Yeah.
That's it, baby. Yeah. And we're at that point. But, the thing is, what are you seeing on social media? Everybody's all excited now to expose all the criminality and the badness that's in our society. But all that does is it really feeds the problem. What we're trying to do at the Keshe Foundation, and you're an integral part of it, Jalal. So I'm speaking to the choir here. You just asked a question, and so we're saying it. We are promoting the solution. We're trying to be part of the solution. So it's not to ignore the problem, but it's not to glorify the problem. there are enough people who keep bringing up the problem, but talking about the problem without a solution is not problem solving. Okay, so if you're part of a group, let's say like the Universal Council, and you want to solve a problem, well, yeah, you have to identify the problem. Okay, but all that does is it takes a few minutes. The 99% of the meeting should be taken up in how to solve that problem. So as the man asked Mr. Keshe on Thursday, how are we going to overcome this resistance? And he says, well, just leave it to us. And the reason for that is because we've left it to others. Two things: they did not have the field strength, and they didn't have the higher field strength. They were working on that field, which is the lowest energy. So not only is it the slowest energy, but it's the energy that is being impacted by some other force. We haven't identified that force. We're not talking about that force, okay? What we're talking about is some kind of force that is causing humanity to fight humanity. I'm saying it's not humanity.
It's okay. It's really okay. It have to be exist. Alex.
No,
No.
that's why we came.
Look.
Okay, that's our purpose.
Look. They said if you don't experience the night, you will not identify the daylight. If you don't know the wrong, you will not be in the right position. Never, both ways. So if you look to the just it's about a positive point of creation. Just look to the history, where we were and where we are now, where we are, in which point. We gained the trust of the universal community. How many we are? 1, 2, even if one person, even if one person from all these 7 billion and trillions of other entities, if we make a condition of communication with the universal community and they accepted humanity as part of this universal community, finished. How much you need?
Okay.
10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, million years, make no difference.
The whole program,
the change is coming.
is about the elevation of the soul of the man, but yet Mr. Keshe said the soul of the man is already perfect, even as the creator is perfect. So it must be the soul of physicality that needs the elevation. And 3,000 and 5,000 wars in the last 3,000 years. So Mr. Keshe said, even if we give you the advanced technology, within 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, you'll go right back to the same killing and eating each other. So it's got to be in the elevation of the soul. This is the whole program.
And one more. Look, guys, one more. Alex, you mentioned what Mr. Keshe said. Leave it to us.
Yeah, so he said we're well seasoned for this job.
Yeah, you are a knowledge seeker in Keshe Foundation. So you are Keshe Foundation. So you are Keshe. You are not away from this. You're all part of it.
No question.
So if you hear any what you think it's a bad condition, just you say, leave it to us. Really, just say, leave it to us. And this is the most beautiful thing you can ever, repeat it and repeat it, because you are fit for it.
Yeah,
100%.
with our thoughts, we can change it.
Of course, with your thought, you will not changing. You will create everything. This is the thing that one of the gifts which the universal community shared with us, that he gives you the ability of creation. It's you who need to believe in what you have and take responsibility about what you are doing. It's not anymore a CO2 box or as I heard KAKT. No, it's an entity. It's really an entity. Interact with you, interact with the environment, interact with what needs to be created. You want to create a KAKT with mind of, let's say, change a condition of a toe. In your mind, you are creating KAKT. It should be a white one, it should be a green one. No, you already dictate what this cup need to do. So it will manifest itself in red and blue and green. It makes no difference. Go out now, all of you. I think you are in this position to understand the field. There is no more red and white and black and whatever. It's a behavior of energy. Who is controlling this behavior? Who is creating this energy? It's you. That's all.
Jalal, can I just add something to what you're saying?
How much you pay?
Oh, all right. You're
forget,
fired.
Huh?
No, you're fired.
Yeah.
No. You're fired.
Okay.
How much I pay? Really?
No.
So your soul is broke. Is that what it is? Okay. All right, I got you.
Okay,
good.
my dear. Go ahead.
Well, the thing is, you see, we have this belief that our humanity is inferior. And we have this belief that the universal community is superior. So the reality has come about in the last couple of months, without a doubt, that we are equal. Okay. So what is it that's different? And the point is that many in the universal community are happy to come and visit here. This miserable place we call hell on earth, we want to have visitors to it. What do they have, a bloodlust? No. They understand that the earth is heaven and they want to come here. They haven't been able to do this. So your point about us 8 billion here on this planet is only at this point in time. But when you look at the history of all the souls who've been here and gone, they're also part of our group. And all of the members of the universal community are not of the benevolent kind, because not all in the universal community are working at the highest energy level. All right. It is entirely possible to work in a lower energy level and still violate the ethos of the universe. It is that which is in quarantine. We are not in quarantine. We are in quarantine as a result of the imposition that's being put on the soul of the earth. The soul of the earth is not in quarantine. The soul of the earth is suffering from this imposition. And so what I'm saying is that we are well prepared to honor the ethos of the universe. The earth is well prepared to honor the ethos of the universe. Okay. But what we have to do is change our point of view and understand it comes from the top down, the higher energy from the soul, which is your friend. And so we have broken through with a new technology that it appears all this time now the universal community has not been able to achieve. This is outstanding. This is the shock that we've gotten since December the 16th. Okay, so this anomaly, this deficiency that we have with respect to the humanoid condition is a fabrication. And now what we've done is we've created the technology which is allowing us to not only modify our experience, but retrograde our experience to the origin. In other words, um, eliminate the gene modification and bring it back to the fullness of what it should have. And
Okay, Alex, sorry to be. You know, this was one of my things with Dr. Gatwa, and I asked, is the gene now of the seeds better or the original one? And now all of you will say it's the original. But I'm telling you, no.
oh no, I agree with you. No, you know why?
Yeah,
Do you know why?
yeah, go ahead.
You were born as a baby. Now you're an adult.
So
You're going to tell me you're not better now?
so
If you're not better now, are you wasting your time?
exactly.
So you are better now. Okay, but along the way, we've also picked up a lot of baggage. That baggage has to go.
Look, nothing. If you, there is one thing. I think if we see it in a wider, glasses, wider, a little bit wider. If you know, whatever happened, whatever coming, whatever come across your road, without the approving of your soul, it will never come. So anything you experience, anything you hear, anything you see, anything you touch, anything you come across, it is with approval of your soul. That means
correct.
That means it is important to identify, to understand, to interact, to connect, to whatever do. In which way?
I agree 100%.
Serving.
Absolutely.
So any package, you or me or any one of us have it or will have it or will interact with it, we have to do something for it. Maybe this package needs help. And who can? No one else than you. Why?
Exactly.
Because you know the truth.
What I'm saying, the truth, Jalal, is that the physical experience is a humanoid asset.
So maybe this is the magnificent to be a human.
It is. It's heaven on earth. It's an asset, not a liability. If you have an asset and you abuse it, I give you a computer, right? And you're a carpenter and you say, oh, well, you know, I needed that. I have this nail that I want to hammer into some piece of wood. You have an asset as a computer and you want to use it as a hammer? What are you, an idiot? Yeah, humanity is acting like idiots because humanity is killing humanity. Our asset of humanity, the richness and the rewards of being a human, are being subverted, undermined by other humans. That's unnatural. Something's wrong. So we cannot do it at the physical state. We have to do it in the plasma state. The plasma state is the true state because that is the state that we were born in. We were born from plasma and we created our baby ship on earth with the heart first, the emotional connection. Then came the brain, and then came the memory, because the memory that we have in the consciousness is the physical manifestation of the unconsciousness. But the unconsciousness follows the rules of the universe, and the unconsciousness brought us here, and we trusted that. We had to trust it. We had no choice. Given no choice, that's what happened. And so you came here, and God bless you for coming here, okay? Because this planet is better today for you having been here. each and every one of you. This planet is better today than it was yesterday for you having been here.
Well said. Thank you.
Okay, is there further interaction? Would someone like to raise another question or share something that they've experienced? Anyone? Go ahead.
Mark is Dean here.
He's here. We got him.
Good evening. Good evening.
His soul brought him here. He's not here on his own.
No, the fishing hook brought him here.
Yeah, you used Jalal.
I wonder what was the bait.
Yeah, Jalal, I wonder. I wonder. It's the conversation is interesting in the fact that in the illusion, in the plasma, that all the souls present have a very significant position, and we know in the totality of them all coming together, it's the elevation of the soul of man. And in the physical form, we see lots of different interactions, abuses that seem hard for us to receive and to understand. On a soul level, the souls are all interacting, communicating, and allowing everything to happen, because it has to in that particular time, place, and position. It's the we all know that the script is being written in every single moment, and so that as physical beings, we are experiencing what we need to experience, and the aspects of being
fantastic
present.
understanding, Dean. Thank you.
Yeah, we all have, we all interact with each other constantly. The fields are in constant motion, and they're always going to be in any instant. There's, I interact, I say a word, I have a thought, and this travels across the planet, across the universe. And the one thing mankind has yet to fully grasp is the interaction of the thought and the conscious deeds and the the manifestation of the physicality. These actions, words, and thoughts are carrying across further than just. There's no barrier. There's no passport. There's nothing to stop it from going on out further. And so this constant recording of humanity is being played across the universe. And can you imagine, for a peaceful, totally benevolent soul listening to this chaos? Then it just has to turn that off and listen to the soul aspect that is the pure beauty of a human being and all creatures created. And we still have this wonderful thing as human beings where we are so consumed by our own being that we sometimes forget all the other interactions, all the other souls that are playing a position constantly with us. From a grain of rice to any matter state condition on the planet Earth, they all have souls. So it's not just humanity. We have the sphere that is Earth. We have the moon interacting with us. We have all the planets in the solar systems. All these souls are in position, and I don't know about you guys, but I've noticed many new souls that seem to be in the night sky, that all of a sudden they take you look at them and think, where did this particular star come from, this soul that seems to be placed, and then it suddenly I look another and in the next evening and it's not there. I'm thinking, well, what was that? It's different, and it's just being aware of the environment and the conscious thoughts and interactions that are taking place in each and every moment. And sometimes we don't always see it in the matter state. We don't, because we're so consumed with everything we've spoken about today, what's going on, and all these interactions that are causing, so many different energies and field strengths that give us a need to be stuck in the matter state. That constant knocking on the door, that is the ringing of the phone, that is the interaction of you being physical and the environment constantly just being present. And then you tap into this and you step away from the soul aspect. And so you start creating in the wrong way, the cycles being interrupted constantly. So when you actually, as you've been doing with the Brazilians and the Universal Council, and many of you guys do it all the time, when you start connecting on the soul level, as Jalal and you have just pointed out very beautifully, let's take care of it. And that's a wonderful thing to say, because the knowledge seekers, the Keshe Foundation, can take care of this and are doing this. So that was a beautiful thing that Jalal said there, and I thank him for that, because that's a wonderful thought, and a very true interaction. And I know that Mr. Keshe and all this knowledge has been placed, time, place, and position for a very long time, and we're all a big part of it, and we all understand the beauty of the soul aspect and interaction, and knowing we are, each and every single one of us, here for an exact reason at this precise moment, interacting with all the other souls. And it's a very beautiful interaction to be part of, when you step back from the interactions that are happening on a daily basis around us. If nothing is right and nothing is wrong, then I know it seems very harsh. However, that is an interaction that the souls have decided upon, almost, but it's in constant motion. So it's taking place with every, as I speak these words, as an interaction is happening somewhere else on the planet. It's an interaction.
Dean.
Yes.
Dean, make it short. At least me and Alex, we can get everyone 250.
Sorry.
If you go further, you will get it all.
Jalal, I'll keep it short. I'll let you have a go now. The ball's in your court.
No, go ahead. Take the 500, no problem.
No, I'm done.
Gold is going to be 500 a ton versus 63,000 a kilo coming up in the very near future. All the elements will be pretty much equal.
They already are. There's a big understanding that's taking place amongst the knowledge seekers and the beautiful teachers here that have been giving this for a very long time now, and everything's in position, and the understanding is there, and the knowledge seekers are in position. The souls are there, present, and yeah, each one to their own understanding. But I know that in the totality of the knowledge seekers and the souls that are present, there is a position that's been taking place, that has taken place, and now this is definitely affecting the matter state in large jumps, and we feel it and we sense it ourselves. And as Jalal said, in the moment that it seems that many things are going on, that the physicality that we don't need or don't really, we find it difficult to stomach or to be part of. However, in that moment, it means that there's great change and a golden opportunity in this moment for it to change to the next level, to the elevation, and then that peaceful state. I think that this is very, in that moment is present.
It's a taste, it's a taste for your ability of changing for the better.
Yeah. It's there, Jalal. It's you're teaching with Alex and all the other guys and girls that have been present. It's raised, it's elevated, and Mr. Keshe has positioned everybody, and in so many different ways. And yeah, and as Mr. Keshe said many times, Jalal, he's done this many times on many different positions and seen other civilizations and other worlds that have gone through this. So it's when you have that understanding, then you can place the magnets and the souls in the right position. And as you say, as Mr. Keshe was saying, you guys will say, create a condition, and then just it gradually unfolds. And that's what's taking place now. But the script is written.
But it didn't really. When I heard it from Mr. Cash, it was an impact. But when I heard it from Alex now, it clicked. Really, leave it to us. Every one of you, I believe me, guys. Every one of you here, knowledge seeker. If you are 1 hour or you are 10,000 years, it makes no difference. Anything you see, anything you hear, just within you, just say it, leave it to us. And see what will happen. Because you take the initiative of changing without harming no one, without pushing no one, without forcing nothing. You give it a seed, and when the condition for this seed to flourish, it will flourish. Some seed flourish in a matter of hours, and some seed it takes 10 years growing inside the earth, and in one day you see it a jumbo tree. It's happened like this. And what is your mission? Serving. That's all. How much you can serve, this is the beauty. And I don't think any one of you is not capable of serving with its thought. And this is the highest in respect to what we are learning. Just tell it. Leave it to us, really. And see how it will change.
We played that question today from Chris.
Yeah, it's amazing, really.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful.
And you know what? And you know what? Just within yourself, anything you see, just tell it. Leave it to us. You see the big smile in your face. You see the happiness within you. Just if you say it, it will make you happy. So what about really? If you are, leave it to us. So you make the 100% for the better, right?
And I'm sure there's a number of crafts coming from around the universe, but since they're operating in the matter state, even though they're going quite fast, it's going to take them some time to get here. So I'm sure all this the word has gone out that the planet is just about, he said, ready to go through this or start this process. And in that video where he says it's not going to be 1 or 2 crafts in the sky anymore, it's going to be hundreds and thousands of them. So I think they're coming. He said all souls are returning. So I think they're coming from around the universe, but they're going to arrive at different times because of the fact that they're in different positions. And if they have to travel, it's not instantaneous unless they're souls operating on the energy level. If they have to come in the physical craft, it's going to take them a bit of time, as we understand it, to arrive. But I think they're all heading in this direction, or many of them are heading to welcome the birth of the new child. And this is why we'll start to see things in the sky in the coming period. I think we'll all be doing some sort of supporting roles in this great play. As we know, Mr. Keshe has developed the systems from a soul generating system to transmutation to energy, wellness, and the rest of it. None of us, I don't think, can put those systems together. They're so advanced in so many hidden technologies and technologies we're not even aware of, but we're all, in a way, part of this whole program. But we're going to see many, many in the skies returning for the party. But they're going to come and appear at different times because they're in different locations in the universe. And if they have to put the craft through if they're in the matter state and they're traveling, they'll be here, but at different times and places or positions, I think. Because it's going to take them a bit of time to arrive. So this is why we'll start to see craft in the skies, I believe, because they're here to welcome the new child.
Leave it to us, as was just spoken. So who is us? And it's the soul present. And in this moment, it's here, it's now. And the souls are, the souls of physicality that for some that need to catch up. However, the soul is already in that moment. And just the present moment on planet Earth with these slowed down fields, it seems to take a little bit longer, as we know. However, in this precise moment, the soul family and everything else on the planet is in this condition that we wish it to be. We are creating in this precise moment. And so when the knowledge seekers, as it's been spoken, leave it to us. That's you. Think, speak, and act. And it's done. Thank you, Mark.
Thank all of us. We're all part of this program. As I said, as supporting roles at this point in time, maybe when we go out into the universe, the message, the messenger, and the creator will all be one. As Mr. Keshe said, you'll think like I think, you'll speak like I think, and you'll understand the way I understand. So this is all coming in the future period. I think as we go out if you go out into the universe and help to bring this change. Again, it's a huge picture to wrap our understanding around, but it's happening right before our eyes. And of course, we're here. As Mr. Keshe said, it's not a coincidence you weren't born 100 years before or 100 years after this point in time. So we're all playing a role. It may be a small role, but we're all playing a role which will grow into a much larger role over time. We'll see a couple people on the moon in the next 6 months, I believe, if things work according to plan. And I think there's many more announcements to come out about peace breaking out here and there. So it's probably breaking out in quite a number of places around the world. And this whole idea of these wars and this killing is going to start to subside. And as Mr. Keshe said, mankind is basically peaceful. We're peaceful beings, but we've just been directed or pushed or not fully understood what we can do to change that policy. But it all comes back to the soul of the man elevation. Even with all the advanced technologies, we'll go right back to it if the soul is not elevated. And it must be the soul of physicality that he's speaking about, this little chap. As he said, Alex, you were talking about inertia, but I think a couple workshops ago, he was talking about taking the inertia out of the soul of the man. Because if that little chap manifests in a certain place, he may go back to the same behavior. So there's a number of things we still have to really understand about this knowledge. It's still going to take some time, but we're moving beautifully in a beautiful, peaceful direction, I think.
Well, that's exactly whatever we've learned up until now gets us to the next stage. So everything's a stepping stone. And I just want to take this opportunity to let everybody give thanks to everybody for letting me make this presentation today and continue on this series. And I really appreciate the terrific input from all the panelists today.
Alex, thank you for your input. Can I just quickly say that have we all noticed the soul buttons being pressed, if that's the right word, that the souls that have the solar physicality that are creating certain environments, that you're noticing that they're starting to take a position, and you notice it, you know, when you see it in the medias and things, yeah, and the positions that have been doing certain things, you know, how you can see that their soul, as I said, button is been pressed, and the interactions, you can see the heat, you know, or the interaction, the friction, the field interactions, the magnetic and gravitational interactions are starting to make it more of an understanding for their own physicality and their soul to come slightly closer together. And I think we all feel and sense this, the fact that they are starting to wobble a little bit, and know that there's a moment in time, this precise moment, where things are definitely in motion.
Gone with the wind. The 500 is gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go to sleep. It is midnight in your place.
Not quite.
Alex, my dear friend, there is no even 250. He took everything. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jalal.
We'll just see what happens next week, guys. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to bring something up or raise an issue that you've been thinking about that's on your mind? Sometimes I don't bring things up and then I hear it later on. So if you're thinking about it and it's nudging you, the soul is nudging you to bring something forward, please feel free. Okay. Well, we want to thank you all for being part of this. And again, the souls have brought you into a position, as Dean has been indicating, and we know what to do, as Jalal also indicated, but very special point in time, I think, in this transition period. I don't know how long the transition period will. Could it be a year? Could it be 10 years? I know Mr. Keshe is
enjoy it.
In
no
5
problem.
years in the
enjoy
future.
it.
Yes, I have been. This is the most enjoyable organization I've ever been in. Because
It happened
bringing
only
my
once.
wishes.
It happened only once.
I don't know. It may happen many times throughout the cycle in the universe. We're going to have to see.
If you remember the intro of Mr. Keshe, he said, this knowledge never have been shared.
This knowledge never what?
Never have been shared before.
No, not so perfectly, not so completely, anywhere in the universe. Yes, Jalal. Yes. It's never been delivered in such a rapid pace, in such a concise manner, and so beautifully delivered. As Mr. Keshe says, I know how to teach and I know how to deliver. And this is what all of us will be part of in the bigger sense, I think. The creation.
You remind me with this intro. I miss it really. You remember this about the coils?
No.
When he speak about the coils, how he taught us how to make the coils by by fire, by nano coating, and
Oh, yeah, put a little CO2 and zinc
yeah,
on it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you've
It's
connected
beautiful. And
this. Yeah,
beautiful.
I don't even think, Jalal, we've understood it very deeply because we haven't gotten to that totality understanding yet. So he tells us a lot of things we think, or I may understand it differently than you, different than another person, but we really haven't got that solid foundation yet. But we're working in that dimension. We're still learning how to drive, so to speak.
It is everything in the front of our eyes.
No
but
question.
It's but we think it's hidden.
Infinity, yes.
Yeah.
So again, very privileged to be here, humble to be here as well. This is a key aspect as we see Mr. Keshe carrying the totality of the knowledge, and he comes in and puts himself lower than everyone in the meeting, even though he carries the vastness of the knowledge of the universe. So this is a lesson for all of us. And apparently the absorbing of this knowledge or of the plasma or the fields requires a degree of humbleness. I can't remember exactly how he said, but the creator is small, weak, and a giver. And isn't this the black hole and so on and so forth? It's so weak that everything else is pulled in towards it because of the law of the plasma, the stronger feeding the weaker, but only so it can turn around and give back to the creation everything that it takes in, so that new life and new entities can form out of this black hole. As I understand it, and again, I think it's quite much deeper than any
Yeah,
of
but
us
see,
can
Mark,
imagine. Yes.
the way you've just explained it in the last couple of minutes is the way a new knowledge seeker can receive that information and convey that information again. Because that's the whole point. What's the point of
What
learning
did I
something?
say?
Well, the energy comes in. You were just a black hole,
No,
right?
right.
So the energy comes in. So you are receiving all of the energy because you're highly gravitational. It is only from there that you can give. And so you can continue to receive because you are giving. You can't give nothing. So you have to receive. That becomes the essence of the gravitational stability. But in order to maintain that, you have to give.
Well,
And this is the difference.
Yeah, he did emphasize that many of us are going to question the integrity of the knowledge we think we understand. So there's some new revelations coming in the near period, or the next step per se. So there'll be some opening up of many of our eyes, and perhaps this will also create another position for us to work from.
Yeah, but you have to remember that the average person out there, and we're probably talking about 94-95% of the population is totally unaware of the Keshe technology. What they are aware is that there's something wrong, and they are grasping for solutions. In the majority of cases, those who are aware, they are grasping for physical solutions. And all I'm saying is nothing wrong with that, except is they're drawing from the lowest energy state. And so they're doing the right action in the wrong playing field. And if they change the playing field and carry on with what they're doing, that's not doing the same thing and expecting different results. That's doing the same thing in a different field. You do it in a different field, you will get different results. So there is a change.
Oh, no
The action
question.
is correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And especially with the rocket technology, he said we're going to bring it to a halt. So there must be something that's about to be revealed on this planet that's making we know what it is, but the majority of people don't. But when they see it, this idea of burning the rockets and the rest of it is coming to quite a rapid halt, I think, and a different understanding of the real way to move in the universe. But we'll see.
Well, for a lot of people who have doubts, the only reason it's interesting to review this is to clearly show what doesn't work. And, if you think that that is a successful thing, then, that's where the problem lies. You'll look at that and, you really have to twist and contort yourself to figure a success in there. That is a total abject failure. And so we need that, but you yourself don't need to do that. So someone has offered to demonstrate that, and so we learn from that. That's the difference. You don't need to now, oh, wait a second, that rocket blew up. I wonder what's wrong with that. And then you go in your backyard and do the same thing. No, that's stupidity. Then you don't have to do that. Learn from that lesson and now recognize that something different has to be done. And that's
Okay.
where we're at. So why is it a problem to drop off bad habits that don't work when you see something that's better? And so we have to recognize what exactly it means to be better. So I think we all want to be young and strong and beautiful, and we are.
Yes. I see Hassan has put in, I have been hit beautifully by the addiction session. Testimonial coming up soon. Ed said, do you wish to share today, Hassan? And Hassan is one of the unsung heroes, as Mr. Keshe referred to him, of the Keshe Foundation. Hassan, is there anything you'd like to share with all of us at this point? If you're still with us, and you are still with us, perhaps he's not near his microphone. A bit noisy on my side, he said. Would you like to try it?
Yeah, I can give it a try. I don't know if you are hearing cars passing by.
Okay, we hear you. Yes, I don't hear cars passing by, but we're used to that in Bangladesh and other places.
Much big. Hi, everyone.
And you're in Liberia? No.
I'm in Gambia.
Gambia. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank each and everyone, and especially those who have donated, or the one which could not afford participating in those beautiful sessions. So I have been part of those who have been chosen to be offered that addiction session, which we got on Friday. And it was so crazy, unbelievable, beautiful science we are in, everyone. And yeah, we have had moments of silence. And after the session, 2 hours later, I can say that I get rid, was not expected. I would not think that it was so fast. I get rid of 2 principal addictions, cigarettes and cannabis, guys. And it's crazy, it don't even come on my mind. On the same day, after the session, I have been tempted maybe to on one cigarette, but I on it and I could not even smoke it. I rejected straight. The next day, the same, on Saturday, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just been tempted to see. I don't know why, because I'm so used to smoke and I smoke too much. I'm a heavy daily smoker. When I tell you heavy, guys, it's really 20 cigarettes, 20 tobacco. I smoke tobacco, not cigarette, or natural tobacco, but a heavy daily smoker, heavy daily cannabis smoker. And I'm telling you, it's something so crazy. It do not even come to my mind. I feel no, and don't know how to tell you. It's really, I don't think about it. Usually early morning, first thing, my coffee with cigarette, coffee with tobacco. Anything I drink, I have to on the tobacco. Is it a tea? I have to on the tobacco. If it's a juice, I have to on the tobacco. But and I feel no difficulty. It's not like somebody which try to quit smoking and your mind is always on it, or when somebody is around, you feel that you're gonna get back to it, and it's not easy. But I'm telling you, it's so so easy, so easy.
Similar to the reduction in food consumption in a way.
Look, even the food, I'm not feeling hungry, but I'm having dinner. I had dinner today. I had dinner yesterday, Saturday, and I had dinner before yesterday. But really, I'm telling you, I just eat because I just think of it. But I don't feel hungry. I did not eat because I felt hungry. I just ate because, yeah, maybe there's a process of this 1 week or 2 weeks, because as I remember, Mr. Keshe said, after 2 weeks, yeah, come back with your feedback so that we can try to see. But it's working. I don't feel hungry. I don't feel the need to go back to smoke. I get, I get the rid of my addiction. Finish. It's something I tried this last year. I think we talked about it. I tried to quit. I've been 11 days without food, but this one is completely different. Like, because the time I tried last year, I was fighting with it, and after 11 days of stopping food, even though I stopped for 11 days, it was every time somebody eating around me, I felt the need to be there next to them and to feel the scent by the smell. I was feeling myself by the smell of the food. But this one is completely different, guys. It works. It's my first session. I have not been to the other session before, the one which you made. And Mr. Keshe said that this one was different, and we just had a moment of silence. And anyone who has problem with any addiction, guys, go for it now. 300 euros. That it's peanuts. It's peanuts compared to the result which you can get.
Well, hopefully
Yeah.
you'll come into the second Monday of the month, next month, this coming month, tomorrow, into the testimonial meeting with Rick. If you
Okay, that would be on
second Monday, and that would be at 8 p.m. CEST.
Yeah.
But the program usually goes 2 or 3 hours, so you can have a window there if you'd like to drop in.
I will be there. I will be there. Sure, for sure.
Very nice.
We have to bring the feedback for the others to know. Yeah, that was it, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Hassan, for
so nice to be part of this beautiful journey.
Thank you, Hassan. That was beautiful.
Yeah, most welcome. Most welcome.
And of course, Mr. Keshe seems to be promoting these apps that will provide your nutrition, your energy, and your wellness. So it's all going to be delivered plasmatically, as I understand it. But this is what's coming in the very near future. The apps will be free, but maybe the feeding will cost a little bit. I know we had that in the store, but perhaps it's the apps will start to appear at a certain point for energy, wellness, transmutation, even talking about a family of 4 traveling the world for a year for $5,000 or something. Maybe later they'll pay more, but he said you can pay now, and that way you've done your serving, as he said. So a lot of interesting, beautiful, that man has wished for. And of course, the universal community has heard the calls from this planet for millions of years, but apparently the timing had to be set just right for this change to be brought in. But they've heard the cries and the suffering from this planet for a long, long time. And that's where Mr. Keshe stepped up and decided to take on this mission. And we're all part of it. We're sort of supporting souls in this big play written by Mitra, as I understand it. And of course, the creator and Mitra are here at this point in time. So success is guaranteed. Anyone else before we close?
Yeah, for those who can help, just as they tell you, come with no expectation and come to give to the system so that we can learn from each of us so that we can transfer for the rest. And that's it. I just came to enjoy the session, no expectation. Coming to give, to open my soul to the system so that we can build up, and it will hit all of us very, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan. Okay, and there's many other events going on. Yes? Somebody? Okay. Within the Keshe Foundation, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday. The Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, 7 a.m. on Wednesday, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and all the rest of the language communities. Hopefully we'll make up a little video that I can play at the end rather than having to remember everything. But there's many opportunities for you to interact. And as Mr. Keshe said, you don't even need to speak the language of that community. You just link to the soul of that language, and you'll understand, maybe not in the physicality, but on the soul level, and the soul will transfer it or take it in and incorporate it into the physicality in a way. I've done that and enjoyed it. So you're all welcome to any of the language communities, public, let's say, to join any of these groups and add your field strength. Even if you don't know the language and you can't speak to them, you can still be part of the whole operation and the energy of that meeting, and add to the energy of that meeting, that it can expand even further. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you for bringing the change. Dean said thank you, all the beautiful intentions of presence. Thank you, Dean. Okay, I'm going to play the Keshe coin and then the final disclaimer. And of course, in the future, the coin will be the only way to access any products and services from the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. I know some of the banking has changed, but this is being set up, or it has been set up, that you will purchase a Keshe coin, and that will be applied to any of the products or services that the Keshe Foundation is offering. And the beauty, I think, of it is that even if someone did steal it, they can only use it within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, each coin is numbered, I'm sure, or has some sort of identifying code on it, so no one can actually ever take your Keshe coin. And there is a 3% interest, I think, that's guaranteed. It's not for speculation, as Mr. Keshe said, where some of these other coins, you're a millionaire one day and you're broke next week because of the fluctuation of the value of the coin. But this is the way the Keshe Foundation is structuring this whole program. Right now, you can still pay for it in the store, but over time, it'll all be taken out of your Keshe coin. And that may be a little bit secure than what we're seeing going on in the bigger banking structure at this point in time. But it's all been laid out quite beautifully. As Mr. Keshe said, he's planned this for centuries. So if we think we can outthink him, or we have a better way of delivering it, I don't think that's quite possible yet in our position. But down the road, we'll operate, I believe, in the same manner as Mr. Keshe is doing, because the universe is very large, and there's probably many civilizations out there who are in the same position we are. So we'll understand this, and we'll understand how to deliver it properly. and many new structures coming up within the governments, delivering to their technology, delivering to their citizens, and also teaching the knowledge as well. There's many things. Again, most of it is all hidden in the background, but it's all going to be coming open for the whole of humanity to witness and experience and be part of this whole process of bringing this planet into a peaceful condition, permanent peaceful condition. And then, of course, interacting with the universal community. Any other thoughts? Okay, we're going to play the Keshe coin and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will, oh, I better take the screen if I haven't. Let's just share the screen. Okay, oops. I think I had my mic closed when I was speaking before. Sorry about that. But anyway, appreciate everyone being here and bringing the change. The souls know what they're doing. They're interacting, even though the physicality can say it's a long way off or this won't happen. It's being delivered, and I think the souls are quite assured of what they're doing here and what they're delivering on this planet. So thank you all for being part of this larger process.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.